Hello, Matt.
This
Hi.
is a crossover,
Hi.
yes.
Whoa. I pulled a John.
Good to be here.
John's pulling a John.
John's pulling a John. Many Johns are being pulled.
Do not touch the computer.
Okay,
Did you
can you
mute your computer?
can you touch it then?
Yeah,
My lord.
that's not mine.
Oh wow, this is a tough look for
Oh,
everybody.
no, it was you?
The whole
It
time.
was me, Austin.
That's
It was
embarrassing.
me all along.
Hello, Christopher.
You never want to be
My
like,
name's Nero.
you know, why haven't you done the thing? And then it's like, it's actually you who hasn't done the thing.
Yeah,
tough
that's
look.
tough. That's
Very
a tough
tough
look.
look.
There's a lot of, you know what, my whole entire experience as a one of his own might be described as tough look
Hey,
at
let me-
time to time.
Speaking of tough looks, now as everybody listening knows, everybody in the studio knows, I hate the New York Giants. So I am not a unbiased observer.
No,
when
you're
I
not.
want to root against them. Have you watched the video of John Harbaugh speaking to his team very awkwardly?
No, I saw it yesterday and I was like, I don't care.
I just watched. It's not Thursday, first of all.
I don't care.
True.
I've not heard
Give
of
it
this.
24 hours.
What
So
do you
he-
say?
He's like, I coach the New York Giants. You guys are the New York Giants. And he keeps saying, the New York Giants. And then there's this wide shot of the team, and they're all just sitting there.
It's like
Nobody cares.
It's like that thing you do where you meet somebody for the first time and you just keep saying their name over and over.
Are we sure that
Hi, Matt McMaster.
this wasn't
How you
the
doing,
other
Matt?
Harbaugh?
Hi, Christopher.
This would be
that
John.
They just flip flop?
Nope.
Because that sounds like something the
Nope.
other Harbaugh
The only
would
clip
do.
that I
No.
saw was him going, "You guys excited?" And
This
they
is that.
and they
This is-
were like, they didn't look very excited. He goes, "Well,
Yeah.
I'm excited."
John, this reference will land with you. It's like having a meeting with a new boss who tells stories about, radio people getting shot in the stomach. And the reaction
yeah.
is, what?
what?
But
Yeah.
also, he
Kinda-
continues
yeah.
to tell you that story
Kind of sounds like
multiple times.
sounds like a grade school assembly. Like, "Hey, Fairview South, how's everybody doing today?"
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's not good enough. Come on, guys, how are we all doing today?
He said, like, you guys feel the same way, right? Right, coaches? Because he was like, it's an honor. And then there was a wide shot, and the assistants didn't even make any noise. They weren't like,
Oh.
yeah. So, I look forward to rooting
That's
against
embarrassing.
them.
That's funny.
The downfall continues, I hope.
Yeah, I'm out on the Giants. I don't think the Giants are going to be very
They're going to
good.
stink, man.
Is Tommy
Um,
Cutlet still there? Or is
I
he
don't
out
know.
now?
It'd be interesting what they do on the defensive line. No, he's not. Tommy Cutlets just got married, though.
Oh.
Congratulations to Tommy Cutlets.
Did he have chicken strips
Oh.
at the wedding?
I have no
Probably.
idea
Is he
what
on
he
a
had at the
roster?
wedding.
Is he still
Um,
living with his parents?
He is on a roster.
I think he's on the Patriots, correct?
Excellent
Oh,
job.
wow.
Sicko.
Excellent.
Sicko.
Oh, of
Excellent
course
job.
he's on the
Sicko.
Patriots.
Excellent
Wow.
He
job.
fits all of the criteria for being on the Patriots.
What is the criteria?
Live at your parents' house?
Just a lot of things.
Well, hey, some of our audience lives at their parents' house.
Yeah, and they
Hey,
could be on
can
the
I ask-
Patriots.
Can I
That's
ask you a
compliment.
question, football man?
I would love to answer a question.
Can you speak? Can you speak,
I'll
man?
figure it out. What's up?
Why does everybody love Baltimore? I keep doing more. Everyone's all over Baltimore. I don't get it. I'm just
Two-time MVP quarterback.
I'm selling them.
Selling on.
I'm selling the
you
Ravens.
and John are
That's
going
a
to
good
handshake
sell.
me
I'm,
on
That's a
this
good
one.
sell.
I'm selling the
It's a
Ravens.
good sell.
I'm kind of.
John said Dak Prescott's a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson.
I thought their
I would
defense.
put him
can I-
ahead of Lamar, yes.
I thought their defense
Lamar.
was a lot like the vanilla stats are a little bit better than the analytical stats. Their defensive stats weren't that good.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're talented. They
The
got
argument to be
they got a
made-
lot of names on that defense. They
So,
just
like,
don't
real
have a
quick,
ton
when
of
you say
production.
people are high on them, are you saying to win the division or like to go to the Super Bowl?
They are plus 1,100 to win the Super Bowl.
Which is the
Wow,
what
that's
best,
pretty good.
the what best odds?
They are the second best odds, tied for second.
So it's Rams and
Oh.
then Ravens and who?
Wow.
Rams, Ravens, Bills.
That is some overvalue right
yeah,
there.
that's
Big
what I
time,
thought. And then
big time.
I had to go back and look at the depth chart to be like, did they add somebody that and they added Trey Hendrickson. But I was like, on the
They did add
offensive,
Trey Hendrickson.
on the offensive end, they lost Lindenbaum. They didn't do anything. They didn't replace him. I don't know. I'm not betting.
So the argument for them would certainly be they were very unhealthy last year and they lost a lot of one-score games. And so the Pythagorean expectation will revert back the other way. Right?
I don't like
that'd be the
talking about
argument.
triangles when we talk about
Okay,
football.
I'm just saying you
Well,
wanted
and
to
here-
know.
but
if we
here's
can eliminate triangle talk when it comes to
But
about
the same guy
Just
who was
offering.
just excited about coaching the Giants isn't coaching the Ravens anymore. Are we
Yeah,
sure this is going to be an
That's
upgrade?
an upgrade. I think that's
I
an
don't
upgrade.
think it's an upgrade.
So yeah, this is where you and I definitely disagree. And this isn't even Giants, hatred, Josh talking. I've been out on John Harbaugh for a little bit. I don't. You're always like Lamar struggles in the playoffs, and I'm like, are we sure John Harbaugh doesn't?
John
struggle in
Harbaugh's won a Super Bowl. What's Lamar done?
12 years ago.
He still did
14
it.
years
He
ago.
still did it.
Lamar-
with a less talented quarterback.
Lamar is the greatest running quarterback
and beat
of all
his
time.
brother to do it.
He did.
Lamar has won 2 MVPs.
So they got Lamar, they got Derrick Henry,
I
they
mean,
got Flowers.
Lamar
Great. I mean,
Lamar
great
has
MVPs.
easily
That's
has,
awesome.
has
But
easily been one of the 3 best quarterbacks in the league. At one point, he probably was the best quarterback in the league, and he's been that way for like 6 years now.
Yes, it's 2019.
and
7
he
years
has
now.
won nothing.
Were you this way with John Elway?
Yeah, I mean, what is Josh Allen won?
I mean,
John's
what is
out.
listen,
John's
it's
out
not
on
about
Josh Allen,
me.
too.
It's just like, yeah, John Elway was kind of treated that same
No,
way.
but did you treat him that way? That's what I'm asking, not the other people. Or were you like, yeah, he's really good,
No,
and all these people
I had
are
my
idiots?
doubts about him. I always liked him as a quarterback. I liked his talents, but we knew what the limitations were.
What were the limitations?
They didn't win.
Until they did.
But here's the difference. They at least got to the Super Bowl.
They did. In a down AFC, admittedly, right? In a way down AFC.
Who are you in on?
I mean, last year would have, could have, should have been the year. Obviously, they were hurt, but you know, I'm not going to look at MVPs as the ultimate arbiter of everything. It's part of the resume. There's no question he's one of the best
John's a
quarterbacks in the
rings
league.
guy.
But at the end of the day, you need to win.
Who are you in on? Who are you in on?
At the
Stafford,
on what?
Mahomes,
And end of sentence.
Sam Darnold. Those
Are you in
John's-
on Sam
Those
Darnold?
are John's quarterbacks. Who's
I'm
won the
not,
rings
I'm
that are
not
in the
in
NFL?
on Sam Darnold.
Seems like a lot of the
necessarily.
guys who have the selfie pictures on Twitter are into Sam Darnold.
Really?
Huh?
I don't know. I'm just making a funny joke. I'm trying to get this off of sports as quickly as possible.
Okay. What do you got?
Why?
What do you got
Well,
for
you're
us?
the one that asked
I
the
got
sports
something.
question.
Yeah, but
What's
I
up,
like to
Nick?
start off with sports because I want to hear one of your guys' takes, and then I like to come off of it. Right.
All right, Nick, what's up?
I like to dabble and then get out. You know,
Don't ask good NFL questions because then we're going to go down a rabbit
Yeah.
hole.
I would
Yeah.
love to go to the rabbit hole. I'm just, as a radio host, I know what the people
Stay
want.
away from the hole.
All right, give us something, Nick.
I finally got to watch Project Hail Mary last night.
Yeah, what do you think?
It was incredible.
Yeah, it's
I
pretty
love
good.
that movie.
Yeah.
Did you read the book?
I did not read the book. The book's been on my reading list for a while, but it's nice to have a space movie with a happy ending.
Well, spoiler alert.
I mean,
What? Well, there are plenty of space movies with happy endings.
they're
Yeah,
bittersweet.
Star Trek 2, Wrath
Apollo
of Khan.
13.
Oh, wait, that didn't have it.
A lot of
Okay,
those movies are
Well, which
bittersweet.
one were you watching? Because the one with Chris Pine had a happy ending.
No. Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan.
The
No, I'm-
Martian.
That's a very specific Star Trek.
Into Darkness was also the Wrath of Khan for Chris Pine, and those Star Treks.
Yeah, but it wasn't called that. I wasn't referring to that movie. I was referring to
I'm saying the
I know Star Trek
concept
2, The
is
Wrath
the
of Khan.
same. The concept is the same. It's just Spock dies in the Wrath of Khan.
Let's let Nick
and
talk.
that's my point.
You guys started arguing. Let's let Nick talk.
No, it's nice. that it
I knew
happened.
what John meant. John meant the first Star Trek.
Yes.
The
That's
first
exactly
is why I
what
called it
John
that.
meant.
Yeah. Come on, Matt. We know what he meant.
I'm
Star
tr-
Trek 2.
I'm trying to get granular with him. All right.
Yeah.
Everyone's always getting granular with me. I want to
Yeah.
get granular
Well, the
with
OG
people.
Star Trek will always be better than the new Star Trek.
That's totally fine. I haven't watched the OG Star Trek, and I have no interest in watching the OG Star Trek.
That's
The
all right.
first Star Trek movie is kind of a tough hang,
Well, yeah, but they
which is not good if you want people to watch your movies. Don't have a movie be a tough movie to watch.
but then the rest of them did just fine.
Even the one where they
Starting
went
with
back.
Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan.
I still think it's a crazy statement to say that space movies don't have happy endings.
Yeah,
I say
that's
a
a
lot
wild
of. I
opinion.
say
I mean,
a
Star
lot of
Wars
them
had a
don't
pretty
have
happy
happy
ending.
endings. Like they're bittersweet, but this one absolutely just had a straight up happy ending. It was awesome.
There's a bittersweet part about it.
Hey, he didn't go back home to Earth.
Okay, spoiler alert again. But yes, he didn't go back
I don't think
home.
he cared though.
It's not
Like I think he
Thursday.
was happy to not go back.
I think
Okay.
Ryland Grace
I
is
don't
a
think
little
it
bit of a
bothered him.
loser.
Didn't
Yeah.
The Martian have a happy ending?
Definitely.
That had a happy ending. Interstellar had a happy ending.
No, see that one was bittersweet.
That
No.
one's definitely bittersweet.
He saved Earth.
Yeah, but his daughter was 100 when he got
Yeah,
back
but
to
now
her.
he gets to be with Anne Hathaway.
Sure, but again,
I mean, you're
Bittersweet.
telling me that's a bitter? What's bitter about being with Annie? I'd love to be. You're telling me being on a planet with nobody else but Anne Hathaway is a bitter ending?
what if you recorded a video with your father and he lied to you and you never saw him again? That
Yeah,
would be-
but then if my dad ended up being on a planet with Anne Hathaway for the rest of his life, I'd be like, you know what,
Prison Matt quoting John, Lord of the Rings is for nerds, but Star Trek is for alphas and
That's
chads.
true.
I didn't say that. I was just, you were mentioning space movies that don't have a happy ending. And
What else do you got
Trek
for?
did.
What other space movies have sad endings, Nick?
Yeah, show your work. I love it. I never heard of that before I started.
Show your work.
Show your work. I've never. No one has
taken a math
No one
class?
has ever said that.
Yeah, did you not take geometry?
Why is this triangle a triangle?
No,
I
but
don't
not
know.
in
It looks
radio.
like one.
The first time you ever said that to me was at the CWS, and I was taken aback. I was like, "Oh my god, this is crazy." I was like, "This is wild." Or like sometimes you'll do the, "Why do you think that?" But why? Why?
Hey, I'm from the
Why?
generation that asked why all the time.
Why?
Millennials were the original why generation.
Yeah, because no one ever asked why before.
They always were. That's
Never.
what they said about
Millennials
us,
came
John.
along.
They didn't ask why in the Bronze Age. They didn't
Nope.
ask why in the what is it, Stone Age?
I figured
What was
John
the
would-
age
You know,
I figured John would
people
be
who
in on
signed all
this.
the Declaration of Independence. Nobody in that room said why.
Yeah, why
They
is
just did it.
why
Well,
is
there's a-
England controlling
So,
everything? No one ever asked that. No one
Yeah.
ever said,
No one ever
why
said
is the
why.
country
Why?
across? No one ever said why until Josh Peterson.
Why
So
do
this
we
is
let
hilarious.
this inbred king run us? Why can't we run our
So
ourselves?
first of all, like I said, I thought John was going to be like, yeah, your generation does ask why all the time.
Well, they
I
do.
just thank you. I just searched millennials always ask why, and there is some researcher who said I call millennials and Gen Z collectively the why generation. So I'm not pulling something out of my keister
So,
here.
no, but
I
it's also erroneous to say that no one else ever
I
questioned
didn't say
anything.
no one else did it, John.
I don't see.
Good Lord.
I don't see a problem with being in the Y generation, though.
No, I
I've
agree.
learned a
It's
lot
a-
of
this
things
is-
by just asking.
It's a positive.
Why do things work this way?
Yeah.
Why don't we change things for the better?
Why do you have this opinion?
Exactly.
These are important questions.
I don't really
guys.
ask why. I just smoke a cigar. And have
That's
a
what
beer.
you do.
I don't really ask
Mr.
why. I
Soup?
just smoke a cigar.
And I eat my soup.
That's some like
Wait,
alpha
eat
male
your soup?
behavior, but
I love my
embarrassing
soup.
alpha.
Nothing better than a cigar and old fashioned
Cigar
soup.
and soup.
Cigar
I've
and
not
soup.
heard this
Soup and
combination
soup?
before.
That's too many liquid things.
What's liquid about a cigar?
I said too many. I didn't say everything was liquid, but soup,
I love soup.
old fashioned.
I am soup.
Well, I mean, you do.
We know that's what
I mean, when
Happer
people
said.
eat soup, they do like have a glass of water or maybe some milk or Kool-Aid.
Milk and soup?
Yeah,
Oh my
there's
God.
there's some good milk soup.
There could.
Well, that's just cream of whatever.
No, I mean soup that you pair with
Cream
milk
of-
as a drink.
Are
of
you
broccoli.
alleging that if people eat soup, they don't need a beverage to wash it down?
No, I eat soup and I have beverages. I have an old fashioned. That's what I said.
Stib says, does the news of Days of Thunder 2 have John in a salty mood today?
I am not in a salty mood.
Hmm.
He can go ahead and make whatever movie he wants. I don't have to watch it.
But what if it does?
Coming soon to Movie Club.
What if Days of Thunder 2 is like Top Gun Maverick and it's awesome and it reinvigorates that?
Yeah, because Top
Franchise.
Gun Maverick, way better than Top Gun.
Yeah.
Top Gun, bad movie.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far, but I agree that
I think it's overrated
Top
as
Gun's
hell.
not that good. Like it's fine.
I remember I watched it the first time and I was like, this movie's not very good. And then I watched it during COVID. And I was like, wow, this movie is not very good.
Top Gun Maverick is what I think everybody thought that Top Gun was.
Yeah. Top Gun
I think
Maverick is
I mean,
sweet.
look, if you're looking for your emotional heartstrings to be really pulled, Top Gun is not the movie for you. But if you love just kick ass, planes going
There's-
around the sky.
See, Top
See, but
Gun
that's the
Maverick
thing.
had
True, I
better
mean,
kick-ass
it doesn't
planes.
look very
Holy
good.
crap, it's Viper.
It doesn't look
Yeah,
very
but
good.
there was a better story in Top Gun.
Really? You think so?
The-
Well, yeah, there was a redemption arc. There was, the friend dies.
Top Gun Maverick has
Sorry, spoiler alert.
Top Gun Maverick has a redemption arc.
It does?
Absolutely.
What, that a 75-year-old short guy can still fly a plane?
No, because he screwed over Rooster, and then they have to redeem the relationship between Rooster and Maverick.
Man, it sucks when you screw over Rooster.
I'm happy I'm not short. If everyone wrote short people and no one apologizes
Are you
for it
6? Are you 6 feet?
when I have shoes on.
Yeah, me. I'm 5'10".
I'm 5'11
On
though.
Tinder,
I'm
6'11".
5'11".
But
I mean,
man, you're allowed to
5'11-ish.
make fun of short people with no repercussions.
Yeah, but
I'm
with it.
allowed to make fun of my people and with no
Oh,
repercussions.
gingers, yeah.
but some
See?
women are into short men. That is a thing.
Yeah, we call them short kings.
They
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Guys, I know there are some dudes that I know who are 5'7" who have walked away with some very pretty women.
Yeah, they're called actors.
The actor?
Most actors are 5'7".
Tom
Even-
Cruise.
Tom Cruise,
I will
5'7".
say that this probably is the worst state to be in and be 5'7" because
Nebraska is.
Nebraska has
Oh,
a lot
which
of.
state is it the
Uh,
worst to be
I'm,
short of?
I'm telling you right now.
California.
No.
Not New York. Anywhere with
Hear me out.
Okay.
People here at Nebraska, you guys are a lot bigger here.
You see
than
taller or big?
both. Wide, tall, stocky,
monsters in the
great
Odyssey.
frames.
Destroying the boat.
I go to Chicago. Listen to me. I'm in Chicago. I'm a big guy in Chicago. Okay. I'm a big guy. 5'11", 210 pounds. All right, I can move some weight at Butch McGuire's.
You can
all right,
move some soup.
I'm here in
So much
Nebraska. I'm a
Yeah.
pipsqueak. All right, I'm a tiny guy. I'm a small dude. I'm telling you, as someone who has both experiences in places, this state, and it's only a compliment, by the way, has just bigger, stronger people. It's
Big,
just
strong
something.
men
It's just
with
something in the water, and
tears in our
women
eyes.
as well.
Well, the thing in the water is
okay.
giving people cancer and Iowa.
Women as well. The women here
Well,
are
what are you saying about the women?
they're
in Nebraska?
beautiful here.
Okay,
They're beautiful.
nice, safe.
The women everywhere else aren't beautiful.
No,
is what he's
They're
saying.
ugly as hell in Iowa. That's what Nick says.
I did
That's
not
what
say
Matt
that.
says.
Matt
Gorgeous.
said that.
That's why
This is an interesting observation you have.
they are. I'm telling you right now, I am correct. I grew up in
Prison
Chicago.
Matt says Midwesterners are taller than people on the coasts. Northern European genes versus Southern European.
Hmm.
Is that what's going on?
Interesting.
Hmm.
Could be.
Wow.
German people known for
Cody
being tall.
goes, let's be honest. Matt is a big guy here too.
That's harsh.
Nick, are you going to come to Matt's defense again like last week?
I mean, yeah, stop calling people out for their weight. If make fun
Stop
of
calling him Mr. Soup.
well, you can call him Mr. Soup.
I added 20 yards though to my drive, so that weight is kind of
There you go.
Thank you, Soup.
it's coming in
Soup did
helpful.
Well, there you go.
Thank you, Soup.
I
Thank you,
shot
Soup.
an 81 the other day. Feeling really good about the game. Feeling really good.
In real life?
So how'd you do on the back nine?
Nice.
Playing well right now. I can't wait for a 1620 the golf tournament.
That's coming up pretty soon.
Sponsored by Cutwater and T-Box.
Yeah,
with
do
our
you-
friend at Langfeld Overhead Doors giving
Mhm.
$10,000 for a hole in one
That's
on
awesome.
par
I
threes.
like what they're
Go
calling
to
it on.
1620zone.com and register
Yes,
today.
on the-
absolutely. It's a bang for your buck, John.
I
It
like
is.
what they're calling it on the morning show, 1620 the scramble.
No.
They have just decided that is
So,
what it is now
it
going
is-
to be called.
I did go on 1620zone.com. I didn't see if it specified if it was a scramble or not. I assumed it was a scramble.
I would be stunned if it was not. It's
Me
a
as
four
well.
per 4-player team. How would it be a team if it's not a scramble?
You could do best ball, but that doesn't make sense. It's a
No,
scramble.
it's a
It's a
scramble.
scramble.
It's a scramble. We have done many events at Miracle Hill.
It's a scramble.
It's a scramble, and then we're going to go to the Phoenix afterwards.
Yes,
Wow.
I went. You took me to the Phoenix for the first time.
Uh-huh.
Now, you're not going to avoid the Phoenix, are you? They have great hot dogs there, and I didn't know if you were still traumatized.
Yeah, I
good question,
honestly, I haven't had a beer or a hot dog since Friday,
Well,
and I
For
don't.
for
experience.
most people, it's normal
Yeah,
not
that's
to
a
have a
very
beer and a
regular
hot dog
thing.
every 4 days.
I usually
That's
only
true.
drink on the weekends.
I haven't had a hot dog since the 4th of July.
I had a hot dog at the Brewers game.
Now, I did have a beer on Saturday. That's the last beer
I was
I've
about to
had.
say, you
Last
have
beer
a
was
beer.
Saturday.
You don't have a beer every day.
Definitely not.
You're not a, but you're a beer man. You love
I
beer.
can't have one every day, though.
When I think of IPA drinkers, I just close my eyes and I
Affects your
see
sleep.
Josh Peterson.
Affects your sleep in a
in a
negative way.
flannel.
Save a few days. I'll be having some this weekend in Denver, though.
I'm excited, dude. Good for you. Denver's awesome.
You're being on vacation?
Denver is awesome.
Denver's awesome.
I can't wait. John was telling me he was giving me a restaurant recommendation a little bit earlier. We got some places we're gonna go check out.
Next year
Not going
is
to any movie
next
theaters
year is
anymore.
next year is the year where I go on a vacation that is not home.
Good. That you need to do that.
Like next year is the year where I actually explored the country.
Go somewhere.
I couldn't agree more.
Is this somehow going to be tied to another Big Ten basketball tournament?
I hope. I don't know. I'll go wherever people send me. That's what I do. Wherever
and you
people
do a
send
great
me,
job.
I go.
Cindelar says, I want to see Nick swing a golf club. I feel like that would make me feel good.
I did it once.
It was one of the funniest things I've seen. No offense.
I mean, I was just happy
Well,
that
it's
I
just
made
a-
contact
It's
and it
just a
flew.
golf club. You can't
He
swing
never
it.
swing. He
I
never swung before.
never golfed.
It was 2022 and he swung for the first time.
So you're not going to be playing in 1620 the golf
Well, I
tournament?
have to be at the Phoenix and get things ready for
You
the
can get-
post game show.
You can get a round in before your game or before your show at 2.
I mean,
It's
now when
8:30.
there's a
busy.
scramble going on.
Nick is busy.
8:30.
Fridays are a busy day for me. Thursdays?
Yeah, he's
What
got
day
the
is this?
baton. No, it's
Hopefully they
Friday.
put me next to a hole so I can take some celeb shots. That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah.
Why
I
would
just-
just put you next to a hole? What do you mean?
He just wants to hang out by the
I
hole.
want to hang out by the hole.
Well,
Can a guy
you're
hang
kind
out
of
by the hole?
limited by where the technology will take you.
Look at what the fun graphic Austin just made.
Yes. Seriously. Yeah, I'm being real. It's only a compliment to everybody.
I just do not believe
This
this.
is
I
an
almost said
interesting
you
observation.
people, by the way.
Yeah. Just had never thought of us. I mean, like hog mollies in Nebraska, yes, but you're just saying like the rank and file people are bigger.
Yes.
Like John and me are bigger than Chicagoans. I'm not that big, and I'm bigger than people in Chicago.
ask Mike Schaefer. Mike Schaefer is the smallest guy in his friend group from people who grew up in Nebraska.
Yeah.
Yeah. Connor Happer.
Well, maybe it's just coincidence.
Yeah.
I just got back from college. I just graduated from college. Okay.
Yeah.
I was
Like
just
2
there.
years ago.
Yeah, I know.
From college?
Every time I walked into a bar, Brothers, Iggy's, Bar the Bar, I was tiny. I was just in Chicago at Wrigleyville.
Well, stop going to bars with all the football players.
No, they weren't.
Great
there.
call. By the way, Stibbs wants to know what day is this outing. Stibbs, great question. It is coming up on Friday, August the 21st. Shotgun start at 8:30
It's 1
a.m.
month minus 1 day away.
Wow, 4 weeks from Friday is when this bad boy will be. So on the read, it's interesting. It says Happer and Schaefer and Middays and Matt will be live from the fairway. I am really curious.
Look out for balls, Josh.
I'm really curious to see what
I
this
think they
looks like.
should actually have them set up in the fairway, and you get a prize.
You get a prize.
Hey,
If someone tees off into the radio show.
I mean, depending on who signs up, the middle of the fairway might be the safest place on the golf
that's
course.
true.
I mean, if we're
We
being
got
honest.
some golf knowers. We got
That
some
would
golf
be-
knowers
that
in
would
our
be a
audience.
fun gimmick.
That happened to me where I played terrible at the Tiburon League. I was chipping onto the green, and I was like, all right, I'm coming in. And the two guys just stood right in front of the hole. And they go, we're good here. This is the safest spot. They were
Nice.
correct. I didn't know it wasn't even close.
Mm.
I played Tiburon today. Fired up. I'm fired up.
Yeah,
And this is never
should go to
good.
Miracle Hill.
I'm in my league.
Mm.
But Miracle Hill, I believe, has a league on Monday.
We used to have 1620, the golf league there. Stibbs and I would play.
We should get that going again.
It
I
was
would love-
awesome. We
I
had a
would-
great
I
time.
would love to get that going again. I would love to.
Mustache
Well,
Adam
that'll be
says
your next goal.
Yeah,
your next
seriously.
assignment.
next year. I will only play if McMaster is broadcasting in the middle of the fairway as my
I like
aim
this.
point. Great idea.
I like this.
Mustache Adam, I've met this man before, and he
He-
told me how much he liked me.
He is a great golfer. He won't hit you. He's a great golfer. I played with him once,
Well,
and he
maybe he
shot like a
will hit him.
74. or something.
Really?
Yeah, he's awesome.
His kid is really good too, isn't he?
Doesn't surprise me because
I pulled off a move yesterday where tee times go really quickly in this city, like very, very quick.
Mhm.
Everyone's
Like,
really
it's-
big, and we
people
buy,
like golf.
we buy up our tee
Apparently
times.
so.
I'm not. It's not an insult. I'm, just saying people here are naturally
I was
taller.
just inserting something. You were saying?
And what I was going to say though is that I yesterday booked a tee time, and I don't have anybody to play with. I was just like,
Adam.
I booked it on Saturday at 11 o'clock, being like, all right, I got it. Now I got to
Stibbs,
figure out the
ask
hard
Stibbs.
part.
Stibbs plays golf.
I think I'm going to play with a couple former Creighton baseball players.
Uh-oh.
So
Okay.
yeah,
Enjoy.
I'll
Do
give
they
you.
know that the club has to go towards the ground and not
Pretty
up?
sure. I'm pretty sure they're
Do
all.
they know that?
First
they're
off,
playing
I'm
with
pretty
you?
sure they're no. And I'm pretty sure they're pitchers, so I don't think they ever had to worry.
So they
about
don't know how to
that.
swing at all.
No. Well, the one guy I'm playing with is really good.
People forget about Kerry Wood's 3-run home run in Game 7 of the 2003 NLCS.
People forget about
Nice.
Jake Arrieta just hitting bombs.
Jake
Oh,
Arrieta.
used to have
I
bombs.
forgot
The
about
Cubs
that
used to
guy.
have some really good hitting pitchers.
Jake Arrieta has the beard Ryan wishes he had.
What a great take. I've
Thank
seen
you.
Madison Bumgarner have 4 different hits in my life because I always saw the Giants and Nationals.
Mad
play.
Bum.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I went to
Just
a lot.
timed out that way.
Yeah, just turn. I think I've seen the Nationals play the most outside of the Cubs and Sox. Like I went to Nationals Park for one game, but I saw them play the Sox multiple times. I've seen them play the Cubs multiple times. I've seen Bryce Harper play
Interesting.
maybe a dozen times in my life.
Plaquette says, I will sit in the fairway and drink beers with Matt on air.
Oh.
Ooh, there we go. That
That'd be
sounds fun.
Sounds like a great time. I'm fired up. Fired up for August 21st. It's going to be a fun time. We'll have I already put it in my college group chat. So
What'd you put in your college group chat?
that we're having 1620 the
Did
the
anyone
golf
respond?
tournament. Oh yeah,
Are they playing?
Oh yeah, they are.
Wait, so the McMaster college buds are going to be here?
They will.
Oof, frightening.
It's going to be a party, dude.
Frightening. They need to act.
So does this
It's
mean
golf.
we have to hire more security?
Probably.
Yeah, great question, John.
The Skurs group chat is a wild bunch.
Do they know that they
The
can't
Skurs
tailgate
group
this?
chat.
I don't know. I have no
They
idea.
know that this is like for adults, right? They can't be children out there on the golf course. We got to be, this is your name that you're putting behind this.
This is true.
No, it's their name.
What if they went out there and they cut down a tree? I mean, that'd be a tough look.
Yeah.
You don't want that happening.
What if they take their car onto the course and
Yikes.
they just start
Matt,
whipping donuts?
Come on, man. You can't allow them to do that.
I'm not their mother.
Wow.
What if they bring their gimmick golf bag and they turn the music up too loud and start dancing?
Their game of golf bags just a cooler.
How do
full
you
of
feel, Matt,
drinks.
about people with the Bluetooth speaker on the golf course?
If it's not too loud, I don't care.
What does that mean?
If you keep it within your cart, you're good.
Yeah, I'm pro.
But if I hear you
Little
across,
90s hip hop?
if I'm on one fairway and I hear your music and you're on the other fairway, screw you. You suck. We need to shrink the game. But if I'm playing with you and we're together and you go, hey man, I'm gonna pull out my speaker.
Bluetooth, yeah.
I'm gonna be like, all right, cool. Play some good music. You know.
I'm like that with disc golf too. As long as I can't hear you from the other, shorter distance than golf, but as long as I can't hear you from my tee box, I'm good.
Are there any good frolfing songs?
Good question, John.
What's a good golfing song?
Billy Joel. Billy Joel's awesome on the golf course.
A lot of people listen to new metal,
What's new metal?
like Korn, Limp Bizkit. I don't know why. A lot of disc
That's
golfers
new.
listen
I mean,
to
isn't
new
that
metal.
pretty old?
Limp
now?
Bizkit's
you,
new
John.
metal.
And you
metal.
Yes, Limp Bizkit is new metal.
What? Northwestern University metal?
Ha.
No, that's Nebraska University.
No, it is
Everyone
not.
knows that
No, it's
Nebraska's
not.
I'm
the
actually
real
on Matt's
NU.
side on this because it's
not.
not Nebraska University. It's
Not.
University of Nebraska. I'm
That's
team
what
Matt
the
on this.
helmet said in 1969.
It's the
Nice.
UN and it's not the United Nations.
Stip says, what if they get caught smoking illegal substances on private property? Wow, Matt, do not allow for this to happen. That's illegal.
Once again, I am not their
Don't
mother.
allow them to smoke PCP on the golf course, Matt.
Jeez.
Come on.
They'll be scrambling all right.
Oh, definitely.
They'll be scrambling something. I don't know if it's golf balls.
Radman says music doesn't belong on the golf course.
See, that person's just miserable.
Stip says Billy Joel is never awesome.
That is
false.
Except for that one time that Happer sang. That was even Stibbs that night was like, okay, this is pretty cool.
I love
Dude,
Billy
nothing
Joel.
better than Captain Jack on the golf course.
Yeah, nothing better.
Nothing better.
Okay, I don't believe you there.
What? I would love nothing more to have Captain Jack play on the golf course.
Alex and Lincoln says 311 for disc golf. Nick, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't listen to 311 for disc golf, but sure.
We used to have a coworker who worked in this studio who would play 311 on March 10th.
Oh yeah.
No, she
Nick
played on
would
March
kill
11th.
at putt-putt. I imagine, Nick, that you went putt-putt with your wife a lot before you were married to her.
No,
You weren't a putt-putt
I've only done mini golf once.
relationship?
No, I've only done mini golf
You
once.
just strike me as a putt-putt relationship.
Hmm.
Just always going putt-putt.
Oh, we
What kind of
do disc
relationship
golf.
does John and his wife have, do you think, in their early courting days?
Oh, outdoor movie.
Outdoor movie.
Outdoor movie.
Never been to
Outdoor
a
movie
drive-in
company.
You're
theater.
0 for 2 right now.
Yeah.
Never been
All right,
to a
I'm
doing a very good job.
drive-in movie.
Brewery.
Well, that's cheating.
Yeah, come on, Boo. You know that about us.
Yeah,
Boo.
I know. Clearly, these two need to hang out with me more.
Mm.
You missed on Josh. It was mail order.
No, John, it wasn't mail order.
What type of couple were we? I think you were the spearmint rhino type of couple.
I did know friends who were the spearmint rhino type of couples.
Good
I
for
think.
them.
I think.
At
Riss.
least you know where you stand with them.
I'm pretty sure Riss and
It's usually
Josh.
against the pole.
Riss and Josh have a portrait at the night before.
No, I met the couples who would go to clubs together. That's what I'm talking
Were you a
about.
clubbing couple?
Yeah.
No.
I know.
Yeah, hell no.
That was a terrible
Weren't you
question.
an internet couple?
Mm-hmm, yeah, we're
Yeah.
Tinder.
Yeah.
Bumble. Shout out
Oh,
to
I
the
thought it
internet.
was. I thought it was Tweeter.
Twitter.
No,
Twitter.
that's my younger brother and his wife. They met on Twitter.
Oh, I thought you first
Now they're going to
became
Greece
familiar with her
Congrats.
on
for the
Twitter
second time in
because she used to
3
tweet the
months.
show. I
She
thought
did
that's
used to tweet,
why.
but I did recognize her from. I was like, oh my gosh,
So
Oh,
you're
you've tweeted
okay.
at us before.
Okay.
you're
Okay.
Bumble. You were Tinder. I'm pretty sure. Wasn't Schaefer on the apps too?
No, I thought that they were.
I thought they were an
got
app couple,
connected by
too.
friends, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think they're an app couple.
Josh, when you and Riss got married, did you send invite or whatever to Tinder?
No.
So we sent one to Bumble, and they gave us a game set, like a custom Bumble backgammon board.
Okay, maybe we should have.
You
Well,
should have done
famously,
Tinder.
Josh didn't have a big wedding.
I've never even played
That's
backgammon.
true.
That's true, but you
He
can
got
still send
married
an
on
invite.
top of a
Connor
mountain.
Happer was high
Mountain.
school sweetheart. That son of a gun.
Oh
That's
yeah,
adorable.
dude. I think he's.
So lucky.
I'm pretty sure they're the only people that they have ever been with. They started dating. I think as like sophomores.
That's
That's
cute.
so
That's really
sick.
cute.
That's
there-
awesome.
good
What
for
I
them.
would do
There
for
was
that.
a college friend of mine who actually lives really close by, and him and his wife started dating. They might have started dating in middle school.
I
And
have,
he's my
I
age.
have friends like that, Trevor and Carly, and they
Yeah.
started, and they're awesome.
So
They're
they've been
the
together
best.
for like 20 something years now, and he's my
That
age.
is so great.
I know
But
a
you
couple.
were just saying that's sick, and now it's great.
Yeah, I said that's so sick. Like that's awesome.
yeah,
Oh.
but great is a step
That's-
below
yeah.
sick.
Oh,
No, that's
this
incredible.
is your
You hate it
dream.
more.
I would less. I would love a high school sweetheart.
Well, you can't now. You're too old.
Yeah.
Man, never say
I
never.
actually
I mean, he
actively
could.
avoid having a high
He
school
could.
sweetheart.
He could go
now.
back to
I
high
could.
school.
That's
No.
assault, brother.
No, stop it. If I went ahead and I started dating a girl that I was in high school with or knew through grade school / high school, are we high school
No,
sweethearts?
you had to have started dating in high school.
Yes.
Bingo.
But what if we went to school together?
No.
and then we
So?
You have
dated
to
later
date.
after
No,
college.
You're
No.
not high school sweethearts.
Yeah, come on.
So
we
we
went to
just
high
you
school
have to
together,
but
but
you
we're
don't
not high school
You just
sweethearts.
want the label.
It's more.
yeah, of
Yeah.
course I do.
Matt,
This is embarrassing.
It's more important to have
Almost
gone
pathetic.
through high school
Hey,
and college. And
have you
still be
listened to
together.
Middays with Matt?
Yes.
Sid's
Okay.
quoting McMaster. I would love a high school girlfriend. Someone make the graphics.
Stop! No! Stop it! Do not do that.
It's like the
Do
line
not.
from Dumb
No.
and Dumber.
No.
I'm in
I
love with the
no.
schoolboy.
I am drawing a line. I'm
You
absolutely
realize,
not.
you realize that we do a remote at Roncalli. We do not need any trouble.
Not
Yeah,
allowed.
you're-
Actually,
yeah,
you're
yeah,
preemptively
banned.
banned.
I think
Banned.
you're gonna have to be banned.
Banned.
God, I think
Hey,
this was
where's
worse than the
McMaster?
soup
Oh,
comment.
He's standing outside the door
Actually,
next to the parking lot.
Get out of here before like 5:45 tonight.
Yeah, we're actually setting that up right now. The email correspondence has begun for our return trip to Omaha Roncalli.
That's true.
A decade in the making, almost.
I can't wait to see what food we have this year.
Oh
In the
my
YouTube
gosh.
chat, Matt McRelease the files.
Mm.
Oh no,
Yeah,
this is
Matt,
bad.
we might need to go
Matt,
to break
Matt,
before we get you in more
no,
trouble.
they're all the Matt,
Matt
Mix.
McRuber?
all the
Oh,
Matt
no.
Mix are coming in. Stop it! Stop it!
Man, I don't know. This might have turned into a Happy New Year by the
Yeah,
end.
it might have. It might have turned around.
Matt, Mc,
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Matt
Wow.
McRenna prom day.
We can use this in court as evidence.
God, I hate my last name. That's not real, by the way. I love my last name.
Mm.
That was tough.
Wow, tough look for your dad.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really his decision.
Yeah, well, it was someone's.
I should have
Did your
taken.
dad meet his wife, your mother, in high school?
My mom was 22 and my dad was 30. So,
Oh.
I mean,
Okay.
Let's hope not.
yeah, Mike McAge Gap is something
That's
that might be
okay.
saying.
I'm not judging. I was just curious.
Matt McMaster, the Lincoln financier, the Skokie financier.
Yeah, J-Man wrote something that we definitely will not read on the air. Not read on the air.
Jeez.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
All right, let's go to break.
All right, see you. What did Hokey Skirt write? That's way too long.
It's a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of stuff. Well,
Good to see you, Matt.
Bye, Matt.
well, for now.
Yeah.
McDroopy out.
Oh yeah, I got a text earlier.
I don't like being
Matt-
called Droopy.
Matt McSoup.
Soup,
I love
soup for my
soup.
family.
Mhm.
I love soup.
We'll be back on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Okay, Wednesday has arrived already.
It's too bad I can't say it's not Thursday yet. I mean, I
Well,
could. It's not Thursday.
Yeah, you could
Wednesday.
just say that.
It is Wednesday.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Hope your day has gone well so far and that it continues to go well. Of course it will, because you're listening to us.
Not to mention, John, did you go outside this morning at a time that you usually go outside and you're normally sweaty within 5 seconds? And then today you were like, whoa,
Nope.
I'm not sweaty.
No problems
Nice.
there.
Oh, it's
Last
a
night,
glorious
too.
day. Yeah. Oh, man, I went and sat on the back deck for a little bit. I was like, wow, this is nice.
I don't think we even slept with our fan last night, which is rare.
Okay, that's weird. I was sleeping
And
with
we
the fan every
we
night.
still had our ceiling fan on, but didn't really need it.
I have all the fans on.
Didn't really need it.
We have 3 fans going in our room
Three.
every night.
That's
and they're
3
Josh's
fans in one room.
and they're Josh's only fans.
Is that guys? Is that too many fans?
That could be a
Hell
double-
no.
That could be a double entendre too.
So
if you
we
think
got
about
the
it.
ceiling fan, and then we both have Vornadoes
I do
on our
love Vornado.
on our sides of the bed. I need that white noise and the cool breeze
My
on
mom-
my face.
My mom got us one of those smart fans a couple years ago for Christmas. That thing kicks ass.
Yeah,
I love it.
I love it.
Love it.
You like smart fans? I love
It's a
it.
great fan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get to wow. Oh, I just
Yeah,
realized.
you're on the wrong camera.
Well, I'm always waiting for old what's his name to get done so he can clear all his crap out of here.
Definitely.
The only drawback of the new studio.
Well, he doesn't need to have his camera
Yeah, he
connected.
really doesn't.
He could
just-
unplug it.
Well, but
Yeah.
it's just everything else too, because I usually slide over because
Same.
he's spread all over
He's
the place.
man-spreading.
Josh has
He's
a lot more
man-spreading.
room over there.
He just goes to his
he
little
tends-
corner.
He tends to
nook.
lean over this way a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to be
So he's
close to you, John.
spread out. No, it's because he wants to have a straight shot at hitting his producer.
Oh yeah.
That's what he wants.
Oh
Or
yeah.
Jake. I hope he recovers.
Yeah. What's up, Jake?
The Grum down.
Calm down.
How good does Calandrian need to be, and have we given him a new nickname? Or will
Who?
we give him a new nickname?
What?
Colander.
We're changing the colander nickname. Where we want to get rid of that
Wow,
one. Is
you
that
really
what's-
don't like my colander bit, huh?
No, I'm confused. What's this new nickname shtick?
Well, you'll find out.
Okay, perfect.
You'll find out.
I thought that he didn't want a nickname. I thought he said call me AC or something like that. So what he said?
Well, sometimes you don't get to choose.
okay,
You know,
perfect.
sometimes the best nicknames come from outside.
You got mad at me when I wanted to call him Int. We are Ints.
Who?
You.
What?
I won't. I said
I don't remember this. Int?
months ago. INT
Yeah, because of the interceptions, John.
turnovers.
Oh.
Yeah, we could call
God,
him
I
the
don't
bakery.
remember that one.
We could call him a bakery.
The bakery or the baker.
Well, let's let him earn the nickname, whatever it is. Let him
Perfect.
earn it.
okay, earn this.
I mean, maybe he only throws a couple of interceptions.
Yeah, see, Alex and Lincoln.
But
Ins
has like
Calandria
12
is the GOAT nickname.
But like 12 fumbles, so we'll call him Fum.
Thumb. Fee, fi, fo,
Thumb.
thumb. All right.
Nebraska rushing. This is kind of a response to what we were talking about yesterday with Sip, our good analyst of the program, longtime listener Jed.
What up, Jed?
Gave
Hi,
us
Jed.
some of the details.
It's not good.
It's worse than we thought.
Yeah. Woke up to that email this morning. Thank you, Jed.
Thank you, Jed.
Rise and shine. Here's some bad news for you.
Ralph Rousseau will join us from The Athletic
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thank
at
you.
3:50.
Mm.
In 100 days to the NFL, we have the list of the youngest and the oldest teams.
the youngest and the oldest teams, the high school sweethearts, if you will.
Oh,
Yes, the
Matt.
teams that Matt will be hanging around the locker room outside of, and teams that he'll be like, nope, you're too old for me.
Nice.
100 Days to College Football. Is Will Stein Kurt Signetti?
Whoa, that is a topic alert if I've ever seen one.
I've had this sitting in the queue for a while. I'm meaning to get to it. Play with the big dogs. Be better as a dog.
We love dogs on the show.
dog.
We got the Chris's dogs are running around.
Oh
here
my
today.
gosh. John
Yeah,
got to
they're
the
here.
office today and one of them was like just lost their
Like-
mind when they saw John.
Yeah.
They bark at people sometimes. I've never heard them bark at anybody like they barked at you today.
Well, he was down at the other end of the hall. I was just coming in the back door, and the first thing when he poked his head around the corner, I said, "Hey, buddy,"
And he said, "Good.
My name's not Buddy.
and he was like, "Bark, bark, 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 bark," which is
My name's
fine.
not Buddy Guy."
That's fine. It's okay. Sometimes
Dogs are allowed to
my
bark.
dogs bark at me.
Banks isn't a bark boy. He doesn't bark.
Misty loves to bark, but we like to get her howling sometimes. That's fun.
Like a tornado siren.
Yeah.
Oh.
Apparently that's good for dogs. It's like an enrichment thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So let's just turn on the tornado sirens all the time then.
Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dumb Debates Day. Get in your dumb debates today at the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed
John,
at USC 1620.
I have been inspired. But unlike Brian Wilson, who was inspired and then lost his mind with the Beach Boys in the 60s, my inspiration will show itself with a fine dumb debates question that I will ask you and Nick later on. in the
Okay.
show.
I have a dumb debates question from Joey.
I think this is, I saw that one.
Yeah.
I think that this is a good one. It's good sometimes to see something and to try to take it and make it your own. And so that is what I am going to do today.
Okay.
My question for you and for Nick.
Oh, how the Chip Kelly has fallen.
Mhm.
Gumbo.
This will be no, that's not Chip Kelly.
That wasn't Chip Kelly.
Nope, that's Ed Orgeron.
My bad.
Yep, that's okay. What would the Chip Kelly noise be, John? He was a big analytics guy. Type.
Can he fix it?
Well, that's the new one.
Yes,
that's
he
true.
can.
Yeah.
And will the Red Sox make it 15,
Mm.
16?
Well,
The answer is only 3 outs away because
Wow.
Boston's up 6-3 in the 8th,
Hello.
going for their 15th straight win. Man, I love it today when I opened up the Major League
Love 'em.
schedule and there's like 6-day games. It's
baseball.
like we have been dying to utilize our new TV and our new studio and watch some baseball. And by God, we got baseball coming out of our
After
ears.
this, we're gonna watch the Rockies play Washington.
Nice. Hey, how do we
Yeah.
feel? So this whole shirtless,
Yeah,
tarps
I
off.
know.
So tarps off. It was originated in college football last year, and it was a fan of
Was
a
it last
horrible
year?
team. Yes,
I
it
thought
was.
2 years ago.
It was last year.
Was it last
I
year?
believe it was an Oklahoma State
It
game.
was. It was one lone dude, and then other people started joining them because they were so bad.
And so
And
that
then
is
they
what
won
it
the
is.
game.
And that's what it's been about. It has been for bad teams. And what happens is all these usually young boys go to a section themselves. How do we feel about it? They're good. I feel like that's stolen valor.
Tarps off feels like it should be a
It's
bad
only, in my
team
opinion,
thing.
it's only for bad teams.
Yeah.
I don't think good teams or teams on a record winning streak should be allowed to do tarps off like that. But that's just me.
Well, I mean,
Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself with dumb
and they're
debates.
they're just doing it everywhere.
They are. It is
It was at
definitely
the
jumped,
College World Series.
it's jumped the shark a little bit.
Tarps off has lost its meaning.
Back in my day.
most of these
Back in my day.
most of these fads do lose their meaning rather quickly.
What was a fad from your era that like Nick and I would have no idea about because famously fads are something that are kind of
Yeah.
shooting stars. They burn out
God.
quickly,
I mean,
Or is there like a phrase or a word? You know how we say glizzies now. Is there something from your youth?
no,
that
we
you're
weren't
like-
that dumb.
Nah, that's definitely not true. You're eating
Sounds
lead.
like you weren't that
Um,
creative, John.
Interesting, Nick. Good call by you. There has to be
I mean,
something,
if,
right?
if Glizzy's is your baseline of creativity, we need to have a talk.
That's not the baseline. That might be the pinnacle, John. Gobble
It's
some
not the
glizz.
You know,
floor, John.
there
It's
is
the
a word.
ceiling.
There is a word that describes excellence or peak
What's that?
Glizzy.
that
Goated.
when I hear it, it instantly conjures up the exact opposite. And that word,
What?
I can't say it.
You can't say it?
Well, I can.
Is it
It's pinnacle.
problematic?
Pinnacle. Oh, because of the
because
network.
of the network. Every time I hear that word, I'm like, this actually doesn't mean what you think it means. At least to me. It gives me the eek.
LSD Will says your fad. See, but we know about this one, streaking. See, but we know about streaking. I'm trying to find something from John's generation
that we don't was ours.
That we don't ever talk about.
Yeah.
You know, that it's like because it was just a dumb 15 minutes.
When we're old and withered and we talk to somebody else's grandkids, we're going to tell them about tarps off, and they're going to be like, "Whoa, what?"
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
this is not going to live
that
forever.
they're out there. It's
in an
just
ocean by the sea.
I have forgotten about them all. I suppose. I mean, the only thing I think of right away are like fashion styles, like.
Yeah, but I feel like
those always come back though. It's weird how cyclical it is.
I know, but I'm trying to think.
Well, if you're an old,
I know there's one out there. There's some good ones out there. It's just I've cast them off into my
understandable.
brain.
Yeah,
they're gone.
Understandable.
Up here, they're already gone.
I know a fad from the generation before John's was saying slurs.
No, that's back though, Nick.
Oh. My bad.
Prudon says pet rocks. See, but again, that's something I know about.
I had a pet rock. I can
Well,
make
but
it myself.
I mean, we can't make it the definition if you guys haven't heard of it, can we?
No, we can't.
It's still a fad.
Something we have to have not known about.
That's
not
what I'm
true. I mean,
that's what I'm trying to find though. I'm trying to find something from your generation that I've literally never heard of that you did, or a word. He also says bottom jeans. What are bottom jeans?
Oh, see that?
I don't know what that is.
I have no idea.
I don't know what they're talking about.
I've always found the term low-rise jeans confusing.
I think it's just because of
what does that mean?
Where they sit on the waist, right?
But they're low and they rise?
Because the rise is low.
So is the rise the top of the jeans?
Yes.
Why don't we just call them low jeans?
I'm not a fashion person.
Okay.
Let's see.
Oh, he meant bell-bottom jeans.
Oh, bell-bottom. Well, bell-bottoms was the 70s.
It was after John's.
Bell-bottoms kind of came back when I was in high school because there was a different term that we would use where it was a little tighter and then they flared out.
Apple bottom jeans,
just not as big as they did in John's era.
So doing
Jinkos are back now. By
doing
the way.
that's
stupid.
See, because the whole bell-bottoms thing. You weren't cool if you were wearing bell-bottoms when I was in high school.
Really?
It was because
it
boot cut. Thank you, Stibbs.
It came and it went.
I see. Fashion seems to be it's on like a 20-year cycle.
It is. It definitely is.
I don't know if this one will qualify. You ever heard of swatches?
Oh yeah, swatches are still a thing. They're pretty big right now.
It's a what kind of a watch?
It's a plastic watch.
These were plastic, colorful watches, and people would collect them and sometimes wear multiples on their arm.
Have you seen
multiple watches at the same time?
Have you seen the price of swatches now? There's a Swatch did a collab with Omega, and they did a bunch of different watches based off of the planets. They want like $300 for this plastic watch. It's insane.
Icon says this is going to be tough because John is the biggest boomer in history, despite technically not being one. You are a boomer in spirit, John. That's a good point. So this maybe will.
It's like how
if
Joe
that means
is
I'm
Gen X
smart,
in
then
spirit.
yes, go ahead. All right. So this is from a YouTube video called 10 Bizarre 80s Fads You've Probably Forgotten.
This is exactly what I'm looking for.
Perfect.
I think you're gonna recognize all of them.
I bet it's gonna be like Garbage Pail Kids and stuff like that.
I don't know what that means.
Dancing.
What?
Break dancing.
Okay, yeah. I feel like that's fairly common.
Bright colors everywhere.
Yep,
Yeah.
common. Yeah, you watch 80s movie.
Back to school shopping.
Do people not do that?
Wait, is that
anymore?
only an 80s thing? We did back to school shopping?
I used to do that too.
This is interesting. Neighborhood adventures.
What? What does that mean?
Like you just grab your neighbor, like, hey Clark, you want to go to the
Is that just spending time with friends?
Well, yeah, it's playing outside.
Who has forgotten about that?
playing
though?
outside?
Well,
oh my
this
god.
Next generation's forgotten about playing
That's
outside.
a boomer ass take, John. Kids these days don't play outside. Have you seen how many scooter kids exist
Yeah,
now,
seriously.
John?
Every time I drive home, I'm worried I'm going to hit
They're
somebody.
everywhere.
Yeah, they won't go inside.
I don't think that counts as playing.
Wear
They're just out on
helmets.
they're just out on their scooters.
Mm.
Fashion, I don't know. Valley Girls.
That's a California thing.
Yeah.
That's an 80s thing? I thought that was 90s.
Saturday mornings.
What?
Saturday mornings are
Like
canceled.
Saturday morning cartoons.
We didn't have Saturday mornings until Gen
Okay,
X.
this is the dumbest video ever. Who has forgotten about Saturday morning?
This is Gen X slop. That's what this is. The 80s was better. Kids these days don't know about Saturday.
Well, in fairness, I mean, Saturday mornings, as far as like, there's no cartoons on Saturday
Yeah, there
mornings.
are.
No,
There's so
but
many
not,
cartoons on Saturday.
not like it was in our day where that was the only thing on network television in the morning. And that was the one time you knew you could get cartoons everywhere.
The cartoons. So my dad didn't have satellite for most of my life growing up, right?
Famously.
I used to watch Channel 15, CW. They had some excellent Saturday morning cartoons.
I was never into Saturday morning cartoons. I wanted to watch sports. John, here's something from Lane that I've never heard of.
All right.
Remember Gerbod jeans in the late 80s and early 90s? What are Gerbod jeans?
Never
Spell
heard
that?
of that.
Girbaud jeans.
I've never heard of this.
What is a
Gerbod?
Gerbod jean?
I've never heard of this.
I can't tell.
I mean,
like,
are they acid wash jeans? Because that was a big deal.
Oh wait, is it this? Is it that? Is it with like the things on them?
Is that what those? I don't know. I don't remember
I don't know
those.
what Gerbod jeans are.
I don't remember those.
Interesting.
All of this started because a half dozen naked New Englanders started waving their
there's more of
shirts
them.
here. Oh yeah, they're everywhere.
By the way, it looks like a crazy storm is coming, so they need to just finish this baseball game. They showed it in the when they were warming up for the inning. Yeah, it's beyond.
There's only one out to go.
No, I know,
so.
but you never would want a lightning strike with one out to go.
Oh, he's going to challenge. All right. 402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Again, send us those dumb debates into the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. And you can also email your dumb debates into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personal and answer the phone on the first ring. When we come back, Anthony Calandria.
Ooh. And his new nickname.
Maybe. Well, we'll see. We'll see
Okay.
if you like it or not.
Perfect.
1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone teaming up with the Salvation Army and the 7-can back-to-school backpack program. Anything that the kids need to go back to school and can fit in a backpack, or maybe it's a backpack itself, could be donated, and we could use it all for the kids who need new school supplies. Their drop-off locations are at Methodist Health System, Metro Credit Union locations, Cubby's Convenience Stores, and Salvation Army locations. Find more details at 1620thezone.com.
So real quick before we get into Anthony Calandria, Gerbode is the movie, or Jeans rather, Gerbo, not what were we calling it earlier, Gerbo, and still nothing on if you knew about these.
Dude, I
jeans.
don't remember these at all.
Yeah, Gerbo is what Brandon says. I believe Severe called in as well, Gerbo.
Yeah, I do not remember them.
They
at
must
all.
not have made it to here to Nebraska with you big, beefy, bigger than Chicagoans.
There's a lot of fads that I probably ignored. So,
oh, by the way,
it could have happened, and it was like over my head.
Red Sox win, so they tie the franchise record. Now they'll try to break it later on tonight,
as they are playing a doubleheader.
Mm-hmm. We love doubleheaders.
So, Anthony Calandria, I don't know if you know him.
Nope.
But you'll get to know him soon.
I know of him.
He is the presumed starting quarterback. I hope we don't have any questions asked of Matt Rule about a quarterback competition. Please. It's a waste of time.
You know that there are going to be some in the audience who think that there should be a quarterback competition.
Well, that's great. I also think that there should be a lot of things in this world, but they're not going to happen just because I want them to.
Yeah. And also,
sometimes reality is you get something else.
Also,
and this is, I mean, you went out and got him. He is a former starter. He is your guy.
I imagine they're paying him a good amount of money.
Oh, yeah.
This is a different conversation for a different day.
Yes, it is.
But I think that we do maybe need to have a discussion at some point in time that college sports are now like pro sports, in that when you draft a number one quarterback, most of the time there is not a battle. It is their job
or if you go out and sign a big free agent,
it is their job. That is how sports work.
Yes.
It's not, this isn't high school. You brought him in to be the starter. They didn't bring him in to be the backup.
No.
Anyway, that's beside the point.
So I think there's some interesting questions when you come into this season with him, fundamental questions that are really going to define how his season plays out. First off, you have the offensive coordinator and working with a mobile quarterback, which he hasn't done in a while.
Mm-hmm.
And the dynamic of how that's all going to work. Also paired with, and I thought this was a good point that Sipple made yesterday, with a new offensive line coach who really wants the big boys to plow the fields, if you will. He loves the counterplay. So you're going to have to marry a lot of these different concepts and how that goes. I'm not saying it's answered positively or negatively. It's just a question, and it's something that has to be solved.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have Calandria and his playmaking ability and his improvisational skills versus what has been Nebraska's risk-adverse offense. I really believe the first year here, after all the turnovers, and when Matt Rule completely reversed course and said, we are going to drill turnovers out of these people's heads. I think that is, and listen, it's not like you want turnovers to happen, but you also have to understand, I've heard Kurt Warner talk about this a lot of times. Sometimes you have to be willing to throw the interception to make the big throws, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you can't just be 100% risk adverse, because in doing so, you limit playmaking ability. So you're going to have that dynamic. And how much of what has been the last 2-year trend of Nebraska really trying to coach the turnovers out versus a quarterback, and we're going to show you some numbers. Well, in fact, we've got the numbers up on the screen right now, but we'll talk about him in a minute, who has been a guy he's been turnover prone at times. So you've got that dynamic.
And I would love to know the coaching out of them and how they operated on their side versus how much of it was also Dylan, and that's an answer we'll never get. because we didn't see Dylan in a different offense. And then in the Nebraska offense, we just saw the really bad turnover Nebraska offense. And then the Dylan Raiola very rarely pushing the ball down the field and rarely turning the ball over, thankfully, offense.
Sure.
But there absolutely needs to be some give and take.
And then you have what was Calandria's success last year at UNLV in a group of 5 versus where he was when he was at Virginia and the growing pains that he experienced as a younger player in the Power 4. So is the move back up? Was the move down the right thing to reset him and make him a better player in the Power 4? Or could it just be an element of last year was a product of playing against quote unquote lesser talented teams? So those are like 3 of the biggest questions I have coming into the season of how is this Calandria thing going to work? And obviously the more of those that you can answer in the affirmative, the better off they're going to be. And then the question is, how good does he need to be for this team to reach whatever goals it is you want them to reach?
Because that's a question that we really have not discussed. You know, it's been about the line around him. How good are the running backs? Can the receivers take another step? Can the tight ends be a little bit better? What about the other side of the ball? Can they get more takeaways? Can they get more splash plays? I don't really think I've heard anybody this season or this offseason ask that question of how good does he need to be? You know, I don't think they can get by with him being to the level of production that Dylan Raiola had last year, for example. Like, do you? Like, they can't get away with that because they don't have a running game behind him that would allow for such a thing to happen. He needs to be way better than Dylan Raiola was.
He needs to be good. I mean, I know that sounds very basic, but it's true. If Nebraska's even going to get to 6 wins against this schedule, he's going to have to be a difference maker of sorts. He's going to have to play really well because, a lot of where Nebraska's potential offensive gains can be made are going to be made because of the talents he brings. Because Nebraska famously has not had a running quarterback in a couple of years. This is a guy, well, I'm not expecting him to be Adrian Martinez in terms of running production. His legs are going to be able to buy himself time or buy this team some yards. And so, yes, those talents have to shine. I don't think he can come in and be a ball distributing point guard and this offense is going to succeed at a high enough level. He's going to have to be a playmaker. Which is part of the reason why I think they brought him in, which going back to my second question, the risk-adverse nature of this program versus being allowed to make plays. How is that argument going to be settled?
When you say, you don't think he can be, I guess I don't want to put words in your mouth. What did you say about Adrian Martinez? That you don't think he can?
No, I'm not expecting him to be like Adrian in terms of how many yards he's expected to gain with his feet.
Okay, because not sack adjusted his freshman year, and I'll just look at that because I think that was the best marrying he had of rushing and passing. He had 629 yards rushing. He was also sacked 23 times, so you're looking at a number that's probably closer to 800 yards. Last year, Calandria had 649 yards rushing, and he was sacked 26 times. So you're probably looking at a similar number. Now, Calandria played in 2 extra games because his team competed in the conference championship and a bowl game, whereas Adrian played in 10 and a half games, 11 games, because of course he was injured. He missed the Troy game and they didn't play in a bowl game. So, I mean, in a way,
part of this too is I'm not expecting him to have the same kind of production because he's going to be playing against much better defenses.
Definitely. Absolutely.
Much better defenses.
And he's smaller. He's smaller than Adrian.
I mean, I don't think you can ask him to do that. But I don't think he necessarily has to be that to be successful. Again, you can use your feet in creative ways, whether it's, making plays on the run, whether it's opening yourself up to, giving yourself time to let your receivers make something happen down the field. It's just being able to improvise and, make magic happen. We talked about it was Sam last week. This team needs to be fun. He's going to be a huge quotient in all of this, is how much he's allowed to go out and make plays, that will allow for the fun to happen.
Mhm.
Because let's face it, you think back to some of the more fun quarterbacks you've ever watched, it's usually the guys that can make plays with their feet, whether it's the Mahomeses or the Favres or Aaron Rodgers, whatever. Those are the guys that tend to, have the fun.
Your guy,
plays.
Lamar Jackson.
Sure, Lamar Jackson.
John
Absolutely.
Texan, Calandria has to be good enough to overcome having Rule as a coach. Last year, Calandria played for a better coach than he had at Virginia and than he will have at Nebraska.
Yeah, again, I understand, negativity is going to reign. To me, it's more about the marriage between him and his offensive coordinator. I know Rule is the head man, and I know Rule does have a tendency to, want to be involved in a lot of things. But I do think that he is going to give those two and Jeep Wade the ability to go out and cook and do their thing. I don't to compare Calandria with Dan Mullen is not a fair comparison. Calandria to Matt Rule, because Matt Rule's not going to be calling the plays.
No.
Matt Rule's not going to be designing the offense.
Holgerson. Can Holgerson get him to that level?
Yeah. I mean, Mullen was the guy calling the plays. It was the Mullen offense. It was the Mullen scheme. This isn't the Rule scheme. I know he tends to have a influence on it, but this is really more, to me, it's about the OC and the quarterback.
By the way, Severe has the numbers, 865 gross rushing yards last year. So if you take away the sacks for Calandria, he was over 800 yards. Josh from Omaha,
I'm not expecting that.
No, I think that would be
honestly,
I say a preposterous number if he was able to do that.
Honestly,
if he could stay healthy doing that.
If he got
500,
if he got to half that or a little above half that.
So in the 400 to 500 range, you'd be good. Josh from Omaha says, I took some time and watched Anthony Calandria play against Colorado State. He struggled against a full blitz and struggled to go to his third read most of the time, just dumping the ball down 2 yards or to the running back. So that reminds me of something that was posted a little bit earlier in the YouTube chat, where D'Lo, as you were setting this segment up, you talked about how he went from Power 4 to the Group of 5, and now he's back up to the Power 4. And he says it's beyond a move back up to the P4. ACC is not the Big Ten, especially this Big Ten schedule. You could argue the gap between the Big Ten schedule and the ACC is larger than UNLV and the ACC. I would be curious to know, what levels are we talking about where the ACC is here? He definitely took a step down. Now the step up is much larger than going back to the ACC, but
he was also a rookie quarterback then too.
Definitely.
So you got to give him the ability to grow. He is an older, more experienced. He's seen a few more things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not always a fair comparison to compare, a freshman, sophomore to what he's capable of as a senior. Because sometimes just going through it, you'll have a better perspective on things. Mm-hmm. I mentioned some of the numbers that Michael had produced, Michael Severe, and that's what we've had up here on the screen if you're watching it on the YouTube channel. So when he was at Virginia, first year, Calandria accounted for 49% of the offense and 45% of the turnovers.
So that's what you want, right? You want the number of offense to be higher than the number of turnovers.
2024, he was 55% of the offense, 63% of the turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
And last year at UNLV, he was almost 66% of the offense, 76% of the turnovers. The numbers have all crept up. In fact, they jumped up last year.
Mm-hmm.
And so what do you expect these numbers to be?
Yeah, percentage of total offense. I don't know. I mean, that goes back to the question that you asked at the start of the segment. How good does he need to be this year? I don't does he need to be that? When you take into account how you feel, and when I say you, just the broad you, how do you feel about the running game with the running backs, not Calandria? And that kind of tells the story, I think, right? Because he will get credit for every passing yard that he has. So let's pretend the offense was only 5,000 passing yards, which would be actually pretty good. He would get 100% of the offense. That's not how it's going to be. How many rushing yards will he have, and how many rushing yards will the backs have? I don't know if like him getting 66% of the total offense, is that too high of a number? Is that too low of a number? Depending on how you view of the running backs, that would, I don't know, kind of seem a little bit low to me right now. I feel like he might have a higher percentage of the total offense, but maybe I'm just doing the math wrong in my head right now. What are you pulling up?
So last year for Nebraska, they had. I'm trying to figure out how many of the total yards that Dylan was responsible for. 2920 through the air. Of course, not all of them were his, and 1897 on the ground.
Basically, subtract 900 from the passing yards.
Right, but I'm just looking here. So 48-17 was the total offense, and now this is only Dylan's passing yards.
Well, yeah, if you add in the rushing yards, and you're
it's only about
87.
It's only about 42%. Dylan was responsible for about 42%, and I know he missed the last 4 games, 3.5 games.
Well, how about this? Do this number instead, and I can do. What was the total number of yards?
49-23. No. I'm sorry. Jeez, looking at the wrong column. Nebraska's total yards last year were 48-17.
Okay, so last year, Emmett Johnson had 37% of total yardage. And again, he's not a quarterback. He's not throwing the football, and he still had that much. Last year, Calandria, the UNLV offense, they had a 1,000-yard rusher. They had a 400-yard rusher. They had another guy who rushed for 384 yards. And then Calandria had his own 649. I mean, so I feel like the percentage-wise, he's probably going to have a higher cut than he did at UNLV, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think the running game in Nebraska is going to be as good as the running game that he had at UNLV, at least in terms of raw production.
Dylan, in better comparison, is 2024, even though he's a freshman, but at least Dylan played the whole season. 2024, Dylan accounted for just under 60% of Nebraska's total yards.
Okay. I feel like that number will probably be higher then, because I don't think they're going to have a running back that is able to rush that many yards. I don't think they're going to have a collective group of running backs that are going to be able to do that. Matthew says, just got on the stream. I'm confused. Didn't Mitch say yesterday that we aren't obsessing about Calandria as much as we did Raiola? We're just having a discussion about how good he needs to be this year.
Yeah. We haven't had that conversation.
That obsessing.
Yeah, it's not obsessing. It's just how good does he need to be?
How good does he need to be?
I think to answer the question, ultimately, good. I think he needs to be really, really good.
Absolutely. But if the trend continues, man, he has been a higher percentage of his offense's yards every single year.
And I think that number, it probably is going to have to go up, unless I am like way wrong about the running game. And that's where the math would change. Or obviously he gets hurt, and that's going to change things too.
Let's fold the running component into the conversation, because it's a follow-up from something we talked about yesterday with SIP. These are some of Jed's numbers, and we'll share them with you when we come back. Unsportsmanlike conduct rolls on after this on 1620 The Zone. Are people getting all chippy in the comments?
Yep.
Why? About what? What are we talking about here?
Because we're talking about play. I don't know. I'm very
Stop glazing Anthony Calandria.
No, it's not even
guys.
that. I'm confused. Matthew says he's going to be playing in a different offense than he has at past schools. We know the type of talent he brings. It's fun to hypothesize, but let's let it play out on Saturdays in the fall.
Don't talk about the team until we see the team.
Come on! I am. Give me the damn rant gong. I don't understand how some people around here fan. Are you never at a bar with your buddies in July and you sit around and you're like, hey, how good is the team going to be this year? And you say a record.
Mhm.
And then it's like, I think they're going to be this. And then it's like, how good does he need to be? How good? I think about that all the time with the Cowboys. How good does Dak need to be? How good does Caleb Downs need to be? How good does the pass rush need to be? How good does CeeDee Lamb need to be? How good does the running? Do you just never go like, yeah, if they're going to be good, this player has to be this? Do people literally never do that? And he says we're feeding into the hype. There's no hype being fed into.
No, we're asking a question.
How good does he need to be this year?
Yeah, if Nebraska's going to reach a certain threshold, how good does he need to be?
Accusing
That's a question.
me of feeding into hype? Come with this team right now? Come on. I'm seriously wondering because we've spent all this time talking about all these other players.
Mm-hmm.
And this week, honestly, some of it was Mitch, some of it was the morning show and listening, and then it was the athletic quarterback rankings thing. That's what it was. It got this topic, this idea going in my head. How good does the quarterback need to be? Because that's something we have never wondered about really this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
We've said how good we think he will be or what his turnover numbers are going to be or can he make it through the whole year? Can he run the ball as much as he perhaps has at the past? Like, that's not hype, though. It's just asking a question. If they're going to get to the number that everybody wants them to hit, how good does that guy need to be? I think my answer to that is really, really good.
I mean, when you look at the schedule, yeah, he's going to have to be really good.
Yeah.
He's going to have to be really good. When you look at the percentage of offense he's going to be expected to bring, if we are to assume that some things we believe to be true, and maybe you don't, and maybe you disagree. Maybe you disagree with us that the running back room is going to take a step back and that replacing the yards of Emmett Johnson won't be as difficult. I mean, if you want to have that conversation, we'll have that conversation.
Don't have that conversation. We got to let it play out in the fall. Then I guess we're talking baseball every day. Is that what the people want? Is that what he wants? That's not what I want. No offense.
Well, I just think that
no offense to baseball.
I just think that some people,
Then why are you listening to Sports Talk Radio in July? What are you doing?
They don't want to. They don't want
their hearts to hurt again?
Yeah.
Then that's awesome. This is the show for you. I'm trying to help you not hurt your heart.
Yeah.
But
he's picking 5 and 7.
I'm still trying to figure out, though, how good is the quarterback going to be? Because, look, of all the questions to ask right now, if you push Rule aside, this is the one. This is the thing that is
the centerpiece.
This is the storyteller of the whole season, and that's football. We do this with every team.
You lost a 5-star quarterback, and this is what you're replacing him with.
See, now this is a good question from Matthew, who I've been arguing with. Everything goes through the quarterback, but why place the same amount of responsibility on Calandria as we did Raiola? I'm not placing that on him. That would be the coaches. If it's all on him, it would be because the running game's not good enough.
I would argue that there was more. Emmett Johnson was the focal point of the offense last year. Correct. Or at least it became that way.
But again, this is not a you and me hyping him and trying to build him up. It's a question.
I'm going to say this right now. I think there's going to be more on Calandria and his shoulders this year than there were on Dylan's shoulders last year.
Yeah, I would agree.
I believe there will be.
Because he's going to run the ball, So that's maybe he won't have the ability to audible, away from plays like Dylan did, because that was apparently what got him injured last year.
Yeah, but there could be the audibling within the play.
Well, exactly. And that is him and the team putting this on his shoulders. I am not doing that, though. Because, again, Matthew's here every day. I know he listens. I have not been over the moon about this guy coming in. I think he's going to be a problem at times. I think he's going to turn the ball over. I think he's going to throw across his feet, across his body. That's not going to be great for the team, But I also think that there are going to be plays and games where we watch and we're like, whoa, look at what that guy is able to do.
And that's why I asked the balance question. How are you going to balance the playmaking ability and some of the instincts that he brings versus the thou shalt not turn the ball over mentality that this program has adopted the last 2 years. One of those things has to give to some extent. Yes, there's always a little bit of give and take, but there's usually more give on one side than the other. Even in the best of compromises, someone gets just a little bit more than the other side does.
Mm-hmm.
And that, to me, is a central question to this whole operation. How much of the improvisational playmaking instinct will be offset by the thou shalt not turn the ball over mentality that this program has developed?
Yeah.
And which one of those is going to have to give a little bit more than the other in order for the operation to succeed?
Not to compare him to a Hall of Fame quarterback, not to do that, because I'm not saying that this is who he's going to be. But your favorite NFL player of all time, non-Rams division, is Brett Favre. And there was a nice marrying that he had with Mark Holmgren. Mike Holmgren for a while of playmaking, risky, happy to make some of the tough throws, and sometimes it comes with some really bad risk. But there was a nice marrying with him and Holmgren for a while. Now, it tipped into negative territory a lot. Like, you're hoping to find your much smaller, poor man's edition of that with him, where whatever the offense has been, he is able to unlock something. Because that's the thing. He is playing, I'm still mad at myself for calling him Mark. He is playing the most important position in all of sports. Quarterback. Like, he is that guy. He is going to control the fate of the season more than anybody else on the entire roster is going to be.
I promise this, so I want to get to it real quick. But
yeah,
Jed crunched some numbers. So yesterday when we were talking with Sip, we were talking about how, Emmett carried the ball and he was the fourth leading rusher in the country last year in terms of gross yards. But Nebraska as a team was not a dynamic running team. So last year, Nebraska was 78th in the country overall as a team in rushing. They were 10th in the Big Ten. And then I hypothesized, well, how much of those rushing yards, are sack adjusted? Because Nebraska did famously take a lot of sacks last year. How did that all mesh out? Well, Jed crunched the numbers. So after taking away the sack numbers, because remember in the NCAA, they count the sack totals off the rushing yards.
Yeah.
Nebraska had 1,678 rushing yards. That's 81st in the country, so down a couple of spots, still 10th in the Big Ten. Yards per carry before or including the sacks, 4.21, 11th in the Big Ten. Taking away the sack numbers, 4.01.
I'm confused how the sacks make the yards per carry.
It's a great question, Josh.
Lower. Shouldn't it be the other way around?
It feels like it.
Yeah, because he was negative rushing yards last year. So I don't know how, unless he wrote it wrong and 4.21 is removing the sacks.
It might be the other way
I think
around.
that's my guess.
But basically it was this. Nebraska was around 10th, 11th in the Big Ten with the sacks included and without. And the same with yards per carry. In other words, they were basically a mid-pack Big Ten rushing offense.
Yeah.
With an All-American caliber running back. And the number 4 overall rusher in the country. Which is why he had such a huge percentage of Nebraska's offense last year.
Yeah, Severe.
And that's what you're replacing.
During the last break, he was sending me some notable quarterbacks over the years. In 2018, Adrian, 59% of the total offense. 2012, Taylor Martinez, 60% of the total offense. He said Joe Gans in 2008 was the highest percentage he could find for a quarterback, and that was 65.2%.
And that's still much lower.
It's lower than
what Calandria was last year at UNLV.
Yeah. Now, the difference with the first couple guys that he mentioned, Adrian had a 1,000-yard back in Divine Azigbo. Taylor Martinez had 1,000. He had actually 1,100-yard back in Amir. And then Rex Burkhead, who had like 600-700 yards, he got hurt that year. Joe Gans, though, he had an 800-yard back, but Joe Gans only rushed for 258 yards. And so, that's where the give and take was. And we've had multiple people reach out to us. I had somebody text me during the break and saying, if he is going to actually have that high of a percentage, he's probably not going to make it through the season. Because I think there's
because he's going to be taking a lot of hits.
There's a concern, and I absolutely have it, of his mobility is I think we might see the backups starting a game this year, and that's not like rooting, of course, for anything. It's just he is a slight player, and if he's going to try to run that much, it's going to be pain time at some point this season. Maybe it's October, maybe it's November, maybe it's never, but it just seems like that would be a safe bet, sadly.
Before we get to Ralph Rousseau of The Athletic, it's 100 days to college football. And is there a new Signetti?
Whoa!
Next on 1620 The Zone.
sport of college football is run by idiots, morons, doofuses, money-hungry clowns who don't care about you, only that you keep pouring your love and money into their constantly changing for the worst product. But we love it. Oh, we do love it so. The other thing we like to do is count things down. So today and through the summer, 1620 The Zone and 97.7 The Zone are going to put these two great tastes together as we anxiously anticipate another year of college football. So now, Unsportsmanlike Conduct, home of random number selection and inciting dorks to online violence, presents another number pulled out of our collective behinds. The program celebrates 100 days to college football.
I know you will all agree with me on this sentiment.
What if I don't?
God bless the SEC.
You are such an.
I
I was
definitely
going to
don't.
say an idiot, but
It
you're
is
just
so
a,
good to
a
have
troll.
you back,
Yeah.
SEC, because you give us personality.
Remember when
You give
John
us
used
good
to
things to talk about.
John used to have conviction, you know? He wouldn't
I
just
do.
say things to
I
say
do.
things.
I
The
have
wind is
conviction.
blowing.
God bless the SEC.
What did they do that made you so happy this time?
Well, it's just today they really cranked it up. I mean,
The
they
Crank Boys.
They say the craziest thing.
What were they cranking?
Well, this is, of course, we all remember a couple years ago when Cream Puff Kurt got up there on the stage and leaned into the microphone and said, "I win. Google me."
And then they
And
have
that became a meme. It became a theme. It became a
meme
an
that
essence.
launched 1,000 ships.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Well, we may have the SEC's version
Sequels are
of
famously
Kurt
better.
Signetti,
Yeah. Ooh, interesting. I mean, Empire, pretty good.
because yesterday
Pretty good, Nick.
it was Kentucky Day. You know, Kentucky,
This is usually a bad thing. I
And
don't want it to
Indiana,
be
they're
my
neighbors.
old Kentucky.
they're neighbors.
Oh, no.
They share a border.
Wait till you see what his face looked like in the presser yesterday, Nick.
Oh, no!
They share a border.
He didn't pull a Roger Sterling, did he, John?
Here was a question
like that he
asked
didn't
of
answer.
Will Stein,
Mm,
Kentucky's head coach,
okay.
and listen to how he answered it.
I'm here because you can believe you can win here. Why is that? Kentucky historically has fought against a narrative, against perception. Why do you think you can win big here?
This is going to sound like really, I think because of me, to be honest. I think because of me. I think I know what it takes. I've seen it at the highest levels. I know what it takes to recruit at this level. And you just got to believe, man. You just got to put the ball down and play. There's not really else to be said. Is it going to happen overnight? I don't know.
We win because of me.
It's a great
Now,
answer.
That's
Yeah.
not as glib and as quote worthy as "I win. Google me." I mean, I give that a 10 out of 10. But he's basically saying the same thing.
No, yeah, for sure.
he's
That's
asked, "How do you think you're going to win?" Because of me.
it's a great quote.
I appreciate that he acknowledged how it was going to sound, though.
But and that's the thing. I was talking about this with Shafir yesterday. If you are a person who gets this far in your career, you're always going to have that level of confidence, and you should.
Sure.
So I'm not surprised that he has that level of confidence. I always love it when coaches show personality, like Kurt Signetti, and say things like this. So if they are successful, much like Signetti, we will look back on that for years and say he
Sure.
nailed it. If not, it'll be Scott Frost, and the conference has to adjust to us.
That's
I
true.
love it when coaches do this because it's either really cool because they see it play out, or it's funny and we can make fun of them forever.
Like Sean McDermott.
What did Sean?
Did the terrorists give up?
Yeah, that's a little. I would say it's a little different, Nick, but yes, definitely. I do.
It's kinda funny.
We do like making fun of him for that. That is
Uh-huh.
definitely true.
We do.
Mm-hmm.
We certainly do.
Are you in on Kentucky? You going to root for him?
Am I going to root for Kentucky?
Is that the team you're adopting this year, John?
No.
Yeah,
Not really.
I'm not rooting against him though. Will Stein, do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, no, I
Play well, play
like
poorly.
Indiana.
Don't really care.
I don't really have any. Well, like Indiana before Kurt, I don't have a feel for them. It's just like, oh, they're just another team.
Yeah,
but it is interesting. They are neighbors. They do share a border, so maybe there's a little bit of something in the water there.
Is this true? Jimmy says you adopted Oregon. Are you an Oregon guy now? I thought you hated the Ducks. What happened?
No, I don't like Oregon.
Oh, okay.
I said was if you were voting in yesterday's poll and you didn't vote Oregon, you made the wrong choice.
Oh, I see. By the way, speaking of great questions like that, stay tuned. Dumb debates coming up in an hour.
Dumb debates is
coming up in an hour. Mm-hmm.
But coming up next, Ralph Rousseau will join us. And after Ralph, there were a couple of more quotes from SEC Media Days that I thought were pretty interesting.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, God bless the SEC.
Bunch of losers. God bless your bunch of losers, I think is what you're saying there.
Well,
John.
you're supposed to, in that what the good book says, you're supposed to look
bless
out for
the losers.
You're supposed to, cherish the meek or something. I don't know.
The meek will inherit the earth.
It seems like you love reading the Bible, John. Yeah,
John.
you pretty much
famously read it many times.
Yeah, I know you have. You check in on Goodreads every
None
time
of
you
the
finish
SEC
it.
states won the Civil War.
That's true. God would probably be anti-slavery. Tough look.
You would think God would be anti-slavery.
Yes, yeah. His people were slaves back in the Bible days. People forget Moses. Remember Moses?
I do remember
John,
Moses.
you probably don't know.
Was Florida a member of the Confederacy?
I don't know. Oh, those are Nick's people.
That's true. Good point.
That's my Florida accent.
Yeah, they probably were.
Half Florida.
Yeah.
Let's talk to
Yeah,
Ralph.
you're right. I do believe none of these SEC states won the Civil War.
Yes, famously. That's what happened.
Well, I was trying to think of all the expansion over there. No, Oklahoma. They were not a state.
Oh, that's right, because expansion. I forgot about expansion.
Yeah.
That's
Nice. Nice.
Oklahoma.
Okay, I was very confused. I'm like, of course, they're in the South.
That'd be a great
That's just where the Confederate
recruiting tool for Oklahoma. Oklahoma, the only SEC state that didn't lose the Civil War.
That's a great idea.
Oklahoma's just the place where all the Civil War SEC states sent the Native Americans.
Matthew says 1620 Bible Talk with Reverend Bishop. People forget you used to do a column titled Sunday School.
Yeah.
Sunday School, John. That was your column. Remember Sunday School?
I don't remember. It's
Okay.
long time ago.
It's
It was like that was one of them 80s fads that Ralph Rousseau next on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to 1620 The Zone. We have got half off deal this week for Red Door Wood-Fired Grill, located in Exarban Village, South 67th and Center. Best little upscale neighborhood joint in Exarban Village. From their legendary wings to the best Kansas City strip you'll ever eat. They also do weekend brunch, or as some of us call it, late breakfast or early lunch. Listen all week to Unsportsmanlike Conduct for a chance to win $50 into Red Door Wood-Fired Grill. And check out the Zone deal, $50 worth of gift cards for only $25 this Friday morning at 9 at 1620thezone.com.
I wonder what our next guest calls brunch. Does he call it brunch, or does he call it late breakfast or early lunch?
Well, let's find out. Ralph Rousseau of The Athletic joins us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Good afternoon, Ralph. Do you brunch, or are you more of a late breakfast, late early lunch guy?
No. I'm comfortable with brunch.
Awesome.
I'm comfortable with designating that as brunch. Like that, it is a thing. It is a place where you can get a burger or an omelet. So like designate it as its own thing.
Oh, so it's like McDonald's.
To a certain degree, it could be.
Fancier McDonald's. Fancy McDonald's.
Oh, so how seriously should folks be taking the threats from the Southeastern Conference of self-autonomy, breakaway, call it whatever you want?
So I think it's definitely something that should be taken seriously, but within this context, because it is something they've been talking about for a while, and frankly, I think it's something that the Big Ten I know has been talking about for a while. Though you have to understand that like self-governance and breaking away are not the exact same thing.
True.
One is a step toward the other, right? I think that's a good way to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
You can decide, hey, we're not getting national standards. The NCAA can't govern the sport anymore, college sports anymore. We need to be able to come up with some rules regarding revenue sharing and NIL and transfers and eligibility. And the only way we can do it without it getting overturned because of all the antitrust issues that the NCAA faces is by doing it ourselves. We won't face the same type of antitrust scrutiny because there's only 16 schools in the SEC. Is there 16? Yes, there's only 16. As of right now, there's only 16 schools in the SEC. So you can do those things and still play in the NCAA tournament, play in the college football, playoff, play in the College World Series. Like you can still be integrated and start and play outside of the conference by doing some of those things, by some of what is considered self-governance. Now, you could also take it one step further and say, no, we're just going to cut everybody off and we're just going to play amongst ourselves. Like that is a possibility, and I think as I know for a fact that is also a possibility that gets discussed in the SEC. I don't think Greg Sankey likes that idea because Greg Sankey understands that you're turning the SEC into a mini version of the NCAA. There's a whole bunch of complications that come with that. So again, like yes, it should be something that should be taken seriously insofar as like people are actually talking about it, but understand that like there's a path to getting to a breakaway that doesn't just start immediately with we're going to make our own rules.
Ralph, is it possible for this to happening without this turning into another step towards a super league coming together? Like it just feels like this would be the next thing to happen along the way there versus an endpoint of some degree.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's fair to assess it that way. Now, again, it's a long and winding road with many paths. So yes, do I think that the SEC doing this, the Big Ten saying we're also going to do this, the Big 12 and the ACC following and saying, well, we are going to do some version of this. And then, by the way, we will get together and we will be, I am not a big European soccer fan, but what people have described it to me is like, think of like the Champions League in Euro soccer, where all the leagues sort of compete amongst themselves, but then they hold this big tournament at the end where if we're talking about football, because this is mostly a football issue, and then they compete amongst themselves for 6 months or 3 months or whatever, 4 months or whatever. And then at the end, a handful of teams from each conference get together and they hold a postseason tournament. Like there is, again, concepts that are like that being discussed and that are out there. But, again, like, does this lead to a super league? Maybe. How do you define super league? Is super league all the power five? Oh, excuse me, power four? Is there a 68 team super league? Is it a 24 team super league? Is it a 42 team super league? So there's not a lot of like real clear answers here. There's a lot of possibilities.
Ralph Rousseau joining us from The Athletic on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. I saw you tweet about this earlier this week, but it's just this concept of Super League, call it whatever you want. If you're going to consolidate things down to 20 or 30 teams, those are generally the 20 or 30 teams that aren't going to be very happy if they are the ones that end up going 3-9. And this has been kind of my argument against the whole idea of, really, you want a Super League? Because somebody's got to be the bug.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the windshield, you got the bug. Somebody's got to be the bug. And college sports, especially when we talk about these blue bloods, has always been a have your cake and eat it too type competition. And so shouldn't that be at least part of the incentive not to do it?
I think so. And so that particular tweet was in response to this idea, like, the schools that spend the most, that are willing to invest the most, could just break away.
Mm-hmm.
But like, part of that is understanding. You do understand that there's a very small pool of schools here that are really spending at the highest end. And again, where do you want to draw that line? At like, what? Again, what are the elite schools here? Is it most of the Big Ten? Is it most of the SEC, but not all of the SEC? But I am totally with you. I think one of the biggest problems with, I think one of the biggest problems with what you're talking about is that dynamic of, like, somebody's got to be a loser here, right? I mean, we're seeing it to a certain degree within the SEC, right?
Yes.
With the addition of Oklahoma and Texas, and all of a sudden, like, this new reality, especially now that they're playing 9 conference games, is like, oh shoot, like, we might go like 7-5, and we might do that a lot. And that's not the status that Tennessee or some of these other schools signed up for, but they might.
Ralph,
but they might be in that world right now. Hey, sorry about that.
No, you're good, Ralph. Moving away from the SEC and what's going on there, I wanted to ask you about Michigan and the athletic director search, and I guess like the timeline of this, because we know that there's an endpoint for Ward Manuel. We know that it's at the end of this year. There are 5.5 months left in 2026. So, like, I wonder how awkward you think that this could be for candidates of this job, given that this is going to be, I mean, even a longer runway than some of the crazy coaching searches that we see, because even those, quote unquote, only last maybe 2.5 months max if a guy's fired in September. We're talking about a guy not fired, but resigning in July, even though he's staying on until the end of the year.
Yeah, I think that a lot of that is formality. Like, I don't think it will be a problem for their search. I think that they were probably, and I wish I had a little more like solid reporting to share with you on this, and more of just like me reading the tea leaves here. But I just know the way these things kind of work. And my guess is when they were coming out with buyout structures and how they're, how much they're going to pay, Ward Manuel still had, like, I think 3 years at least left on his contract. So my sense is, like, the idea that he's going to be around and he's not actually going to be going to step down until the end of the year might be more about paperwork than something that is going to be an impediment to finding the next person. That is my read on that. Like, I just don't think that, like, just because Ward Manuel's, may still have there might still be a nameplate on the door to his office. I don't think that means that it's going to be a problem to finding his replacement. And the other thing too is, like, athletic director searches, it's not uncommon for them to take a little while.
Yeah.
Right. It's like there is not the urgency to replace him that there would be to replace a coach. You're not dealing with, like, seasons here. So, like, the fact that they could conceivably, like, take a little time, like, that's not abnormal.
Ralph, one of the central themes that is coming out of Tampa, the side of the SEC Media Days this week, has been the nonstop beating of the drum on the 9-game league schedule, the strength of schedule, and how much that should matter.
Wild, man.
Yeah. I mean, we knew this. I mean, anyone with a brain knew that this was going to be coming, and you could sense it coming. But are you fearful that this argument could be the kind of argument that hijacks this season?
Oh, I'm already anticipating it being. And listen, I was in Destin at their spring meetings, so none of this, all this stuff is stuff I've been hearing since. When was that? The spring meetings are at the end of May into July. So yeah, I mean, I've been hearing. They started beating this drum, back in before it turned into summer. This is going to be one of the themes of the season. Going back to what we talked about, right? There's a whole bunch of SEC teams that would have been 10-3 that might be 9-4. Excuse me, 10-2 that might be 9-3 this year. And there's a bunch of, that maybe 11-1 turns into 10-2. And what that looks like and how the college football playoff committee deals with that is going to be a big deal. And I understand some of these coaches, they were told, hey, we're going to have a 9-game conference schedule, but don't worry, we're going to have a bigger playoff. It'll be 16 teams. That didn't happen. So a lot of them feel like they were sort of sold a bill of goods here. But I'm already tired of it. Like, again, I've been hearing it since the spring. We are going to hear it all season about how the SEC strength of schedule is not being properly respected and it's the toughest league. And I think they do have a point. I will say this all the time. The SEC's 7th and 8th and 10th and 12th best team is probably better than those equivalent teams in the Big Ten. But I also I don't think it. When you don't win a national championship for 3 years, you don't have a team playing in the national championship for 3 years. And when you're 2-7 in the playoff over the last couple of years or 3 years, we're just tired of hearing how your 10th place team is so good.
Ralph, what's so interesting, and I say this as someone who wants more good on good. I want the power teams to play the power teams. I wish everybody was kind of mandated to play the 9 conference and 1 non-conference. I think that would be awesome for the sport. But with all that said, the SEC, this is not a college football rule that they're playing 9 with 1 required power game. Just like when the Big Ten bumped their number up to 9, and they were like, why isn't the SEC doing that? They made that decision. I find that very interesting that these two leagues have kind of yelled at each other over the last decade and a half about their scheduling practices when ultimately they were the ones who caused those practices to be the law in the first place.
No, you totally nailed it, right? I mean, for years, the SEC, the Big Ten, could pound its chest and say, we play 9 conference games, right? And then the SEC basically now has turned the tables on them to a certain degree and said, well, we play 10 Power 5. We guarantee at least 10 Power 5. So why don't you do that? And as you said, hey, man, there's no rules here. We've all agreed that we're allowed to do whatever we want. So I think right now the SEC feels like it has a little bit of a moral high ground when it comes to, if there is such a thing in this ridiculous conversation over strength of schedule, and they're going to keep pounding that home. But again, again, the problem is the timing of it. Selling me that, Oklahoma played I'm trying to remember what it was last year in November, played a quote unquote gauntlet of Missouri, Tennessee, Auburn, and LSU. I'm like, why is that a gauntlet? Why is Missouri and Tennessee did not beat a team with with an over 500 record last year? LSU won 7 games last year. So you can tell me the brands are great and we all know that they have a high ceiling, but if you're going to force down my throat this idea that every week is a gauntlet in the SEC and then you're going to lose all your playoff games, I just don't know how much. I think it boils down to this. Does the SEC deserve the benefit of the doubt? And the SEC position is, yes, we always deserve the benefit of the doubt when it comes to our schedules and playoff conversations, and the rest of college football is going, yeah, maybe not.
So if strength of schedule and 9-game schedules is the theme this week in Tampa, do you have a good gauge on what the main theme will be coming out of Chicago next week when it's the Big Ten's turn?
Yeah, that's a good question. The cool thing for the Big Ten is, I mean, all they can just say is like scoreboard, right? Like I don't think that like the Big Ten doesn't, because of the way the results have played out the last couple of years. I think the Big Ten doesn't necessarily have to engage, right? And I know we get it gets a little tiresome to hear the complaints out of the SEC and all the talk out of the SEC, but I also understand that they are campaigning and politicking for a reason, right? They are literally trying to work the refs here. Whereas the Big Ten is like, hey man, things are working out good for us. Like we're good, right? Like, we have our 9-game schedule, which we've been doing for years. Thanks for joining the party with the 9-game schedule. And, we'll just see how everything else works out. So like, if you're the Big Ten, like you're in a pretty good position to not necessarily have to get into a tit for tat.
Ralph, you've been covering college football for a while. Is there a player as divisive in your time covering the sport as what Arch Manning seems to be going into his second year as a full-time starter? Like going through the Rolodex since I've been watching, like Tim Tebow was divisive, but it was for like different reasons, right? It was that he was talked about so much on television, not so much his play, because I think everyone agreed he was a really good player. But like, I think you could talk to 100 college football fans and you'd get varying answers on how good of a player he is, from the best quarterback in college football to what are you talking about? What are you seeing with this guy?
Yeah, I think the Tebow thing became more divisive in the NFL. I think generally speaking, while people may have been a little tired of the Tebow, he had a little Tebow exhaustion because he was there for 4 years and a Heisman finalist for 3 of those years. I think there was generally like an acceptance that like, yeah, he's a dude, like he's real good.
Yeah.
The way the disparity in which like people look at Arch and like, is he even good? Like, I think everybody acknowledged that Tebow was good. Like, I think there's such a wide range here of like, Arch has the potential to be the first overall pick, and no, he's bad, and he's only living off of his name. So yeah, I don't know if I could think of somebody who's quite like this. I expect him to have a pretty good year. I expect him to have a better year than he had last year. He played well at the end of last year. He's got a lot of great tools. They built up a pretty good roster around him with Cam Coleman and Hollywood Smothers coming in there to support. So I expect a fair amount of Arch. I also think there is like an interesting point of this from somebody who covers the college game, right? People who evaluate for the NFL are looking through a different lens, right? They're looking at traits and tools. And like when Josh Allen was like, what was he, like the 7th or 8th overall pick? A lot of people were like, ooh, that guy, I watched him play, but that turned out okay, right? So yes. I think that sort of clouds some of this discussion because the NFL people are looking at one thing and college football fans might be looking at another.
Ralph Rousseau of The Athletic. Ralph, thanks a lot for the conversation today. Have yourself a great week.
Always appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph.
Ralph Rousseau joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. It's not something I want to put on the list.
Ooh.
But
because you're scared?
No, it's just I don't know how I would quantify it.
Okay.
I do think as this season goes on, because I asked the question about, the central argument, and it could get a little tiresome.
Definitely.
About strength of schedule.
Definitely.
I think that is also going to yield a pushback to rankings such as SP Plus, PFI, and BCF Toys. Because a lot of those rankings are going to indicate the same thing. And a lot of people in the South are going to use those types of rankings to quantify, hey, look, we are better because, and I think you're going to get some folks outside of SEC country who are going to push back at those rankings and say, that doesn't count. That doesn't matter. I think you're going to get that. And I just don't know how to quantify that.
No, you can't quantify it, but you're probably right.
But I think that because, we quoted it a couple of weeks ago with BCF Toys. Every SEC team had a top 20 strength of schedule. Every one of them in his metrics. And there's probably similar things in the other rankings as well. And those are going to be things that Sankey and everybody who's going to be making a case, all of those ranking shows that we'll start to see at the end of October, early November. Every one of them's going to quote, yeah, but our PFI says that
FPI,
PFI, whatever.
Got to be your F.
Yeah. Says that Tennessee has the 15th toughest schedule.
Mhm.
That's why Tennessee should be up here. And I think you're going to get a lot of folks just saying, nah.
I loved what Ralph said in there when he goes through this Oklahoma schedule, and he's like, why is that a gauntlet? It's a gauntlet because the name Tennessee means something, and the
Sure
name
it is.
Missouri and the name LSU. But, like, look at those teams last year. Tennessee didn't beat a team above 500. Are they good, or are they just feasting on weak competition? You know, I think it was certainly more of the latter than it was the former, but they're Tennessee, and so it feels like it should be a big win.
Now, one area where I would give the SEC and some of those teams some credence, and I don't remember where all those games were played, but I would argue that their home atmospheres are tougher than a lot of Big Ten home atmospheres. I mean, when you go into and produce,
They played at Tennessee at Bama, and then they played Missouri and LSU.
Yeah. So,
I mean, yeah, Knoxville's tough. Tuscaloosa's tough. No doubt about that.
certainly tougher than East Lansing or Minneapolis.
Wow.
Don't say that to Nebraska.
Kyle said, do not say that to Nebraska. Kyle says, what's the Big Ten versus SEC head-to-head record the last few years? It's weird seeing the SEC so soft nowadays. LOL. I just looked it up. It's 12-11. But that's the whole conference. And so if you're going into playoff games, then Michigan beat Bama in 2023. In 2024, I think Ohio State beat one. I'm trying to remember all the games. I mean, Indiana, of course, beat Alabama last year. Then that's when you're going to have some of the victories. But they haven't. The SEC has not performed well in the playoff over the last few years.
And I will be consistent. I can't stand up here and talk about, bowl games don't matter anymore. I'm also not going to quote bowl games. I don't care that Iowa beat Vanderbilt.
It's not Thursday.
I won't.
But
I
playoff
won't do
games,
that.
we should care about playoff games.
Sure, absolutely.
Care about playoff games.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That matters. I mentioned that it's been a good talking day in the SEC. Here's a couple other quotes from a couple of coaches talking about the 9-game schedule. John Sumrall,
Florida.
new Florida coach.
What did he say?
I'm not going to whine and complain about it being an SEC head coach.
Excellent job by John. Good work, Mr. Sumrall.
You can just cut that.
No, Nick,
last
do
part.
not
Excellent
edit that.
job.
Don't do that, Nick.
And here was Pete Golding from Ole Miss talking about his pitch to keep Trinidad Chambliss and Kawan Lacey out of the transfer portal. I said, quote, Google Lane Kiffin. The dude that they would have built a statue of here 3 days ago. Google his name right now. They wouldn't piss on him if he's on fire.
Holy moly.
And they're going to do the same thing to y'all if you two do that.
They're going to piss on you? Or they wouldn't if you're on fire. They're going to light you on fire? What's the threat here? Don't go to LSU. They'll light you on fire.
And then they won't pee on you.
And then they won't pee
Which
on you.
ironically, you kind of want in that situation.
Yeah. You want a golden shower. Wow.
They wouldn't
Holy
piss on him if he's
moly.
on fire.
I cannot wait for the LSU Ole Miss game in week 3. That is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it is.
I'm happy I'm not doing bigger overreaction that night.
Again, God bless the SEC.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Big Ten games too this year, John. God bless college football. Why does he have to make this
but
about the
how
South
many-
versus the North?
but
Why can't
how-
you just say I like the sport of college football? It's a great sport.
But it just means more, Josh.
My
it
ass.
just means more.
Yeah, it means more when they lose. I love it when they lose. It's so nice.
Yeah, but if in all seriousness, if you were to rank like the top 5,
Well, that's my number one game of the whole sport this year.
right?
That's my number one game.
But I'm just saying, you rank the top 5 games you're looking most forward to outside of any Nebraska games.
Well,
How many of them would be SEC games versus how many would be Big Ten games? And I guess we should just go conference. 'Cause obviously, no non-conference games. You have to split the vote.
Yeah, I don't. So part of this, not to be a fuddy-duddy. I don't know all of the matchups in every league. So that would. Oh man, so we can't do non-con because my number 2 game is Notre Dame Miami. That's my number 2.
Your
game.
duddies seem pretty
That's
fuddy right now.
technically like a conference game.
Okay,
I would give you that one.
Ohio State plays Indiana. Oregon plays Ohio State. Like those would obviously be very high on the list. Georgia plays Bama. That would be very high on the list. Ohio State, Texas. That's both leagues, but that would be very high on my list. Michigan, Ohio State's always up there for me. I don't know. I honestly think it'd be pretty splitsies because there's a lot of big games. God, can't wait. It's almost here.
That's still 100 days away.
In some people's minds, maybe. Not in mine.
What's the segment called?
Football.
100 Days to College Football.
Next year, Nick, let's call it football.
Eh.
By the way, speaking of football season almost being here, next week, Nick, do you want to tell the people what begins next week?
25 teams and 25 grums. I've already started booking some people.
I'm not even going to be here. This is great news.
Wow. You sit here and you try to ruin my summer all the time, and then like a terrorist, you just duck and leave.
No, John.
You just stick and move. You blow up something and you run away.
Shoe bomb Josh?
To punish Josh, I'm booking all the teams I know he wants to talk about, and I'm saving all the slop for when he's back.
No, there's no such thing as college football slop. Nick, who's the first team on Monday that I will sadly miss?
It's Ohio.
Oh, man. Bummer.
I thought you said you were saving the slop for him.
I know we have, what do we have, Georgia next week?
Yep.
Anybody else so far?
Not yet. Working on Bowling Green.
Bowling Green. Let's go. Nick will probably make jokes about it.
No
jokes. So that's what begins next week. And then you know what begins the week after that, Nick?
My honeymoon.
No. Mitch Holtis, which will be the honeymoon of listeners' ears. It's going to make them feel like they're on a honeymoon because they're so happy. Mitch Holtis. Talking about Patrick Mahomes returning week 1 for that Monday night tilt against the Broncos.
Well, yeah, he'll be on the sidelines, dressed in street clothes, enjoying the game. Everyone else.
Nice.
All right, when we come back, let's see. What was it? Oh,
we haven't done 100 days to the NFL.
We have not done 100 days to the NFL, but I want to do 100 days to college football, and it's going to go back to a Nebraska focus.
Wait, we already did 100 days to college
we did
football.
that already.
Oh, did we? Did we play the open?
Yeah,
for that?
we did.
Oh, we did. That's right, we did. Never mind.
Baymon says every day listening to the Grum is like a honeymoon. That's awesome. Put that on our billboard, Nick.
We don't have a billboard.
We should.
Let's work on that.
Okay.
1620 the zone.
This is a segment open, and frankly, not a very original one. You see, Josh loves counting things because he can't live in the moment.
This one, a long time have I watched. All his life as he looked away to the future, to the horizon, never his mind on where he was, what he was doing. You are reckless.
Anyway, this is 100 Days to the NFL. Oh, and there's an obligatory Brent Musburger clip because every Josh Open has to have one.
You are looking live.
Something on 1620 The Zone. Press the button, Nick.
What is this music?
It's just some NFL Films music from the 70s. I believe it is. Oh, yeah, definitely. This is, if you watch the Super Bowl 10 highlight film, this song is in it.
Yeah. Speaking of NFL films,
Which was one of the happier Super Bowl videos.
which was that the first Steelers Cowboys Super Bowl?
Yes, because it had a happy end.
Was that the one where Lynn Swan? Nice.
Yeah.
Bob Kraft. Was that the one where Lynn Swan was
Yes,
a
the
beast?
levitating leap and went crazy.
He was awesome. By the way, speaking of NFL films, I started Quarterback last night, the new season. I know it's probably not for everybody because it does have like off the field, hey, I'm married and I have a family. I enjoy it though. It's awesome.
Here's the
It has
house I
great-
built that has a place specifically
seriously,
for a Super Bowl.
It does that,
trophy.
but man, I love the sound on the field is where it's totally worth it because they don't bleep anything. And so like Baker Mayfield's just dropping F-bombs left and right when he leads a game-winning drive in week 1 against the Falcons. So I highly recommend it's Baker, it's Jaden Daniels, it's Cam Ward, and Joe Flacco, which I didn't realize until I sat down to watch it. I was like, Joe Flacco, he's going to get traded.
Why
in
does
the
he
middle
look
of
like the
season.
crypt keeper?
He is he's older than me.
That's old.
Well, speaking of age, ESPN has put out the list of all 32 NFL teams
By
and ranked them by how much of their roster is under 25 years old.
bunch of Matt McMasters. Isn't that a wild thing in the NFL? You want Matt McMasters or people his age.
Sometimes you do. Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Right? You want a younger roster?
Most of the time, unless it's a bad younger roster.
Mm.
The youngest team in the NFL is the New England Patriots.
That's not good because they just went to the Super Bowl. You don't want.
They lucked their way into the Super Bowl.
I know, but in all seriousness, you do not want one of the youngest teams or the youngest team to be successful the year before. Because then the idea is they're going to grow into this.
Well,
oh, no,
then-
are the Seahawks number 2?
Well, listen to this list. Number 2 is Houston.
A team that a lot of people are buying into this year.
Number 3 is Chicago.
Oh, a team that people aren't really buying into this year. They're kind of out
They're
on the
top
Bears.
3 teams,
Nice.
all playoff teams. Then Cleveland is number 4.
Nobody is buying into Cleveland. I have no fear.
Tennessee is 5.
The Titans with Cam Ward, the financier,
the Tennessee, the Titans.
the Titans of Tennessee.
By the way, now they note on here some of the noteworthy young players.
Cam Ward.
And then they have the notable graduated players. So in other words,
like a
the guys who have
26-year-old.
aged out.
Out of the demo.
Here's something that'll help you feel older. Aging out this year for the Titans, Wandale Robinson.
Good Lord.
Crazy.
Nick, what's your favorite Wandale Robinson memory at Nebraska?
When he caught that ball.
Good call, Nick.
Number
Good
6, the Vegas Raiders.
Hey, they have a young quarterback.
Number 7, the Jets.
By the way, I was listening to a pod today, and they were saying that Kirk Cousins might start the season for the Raiders. Like, start the first few games for the Raiders.
Do you think he kept his house?
Which one?
That specially built house
In Minnesota,
in Minnesota.
with the thing for the trophy that he'll never win. Poor guy.
Number 8, the Seahawks.
Super Bowl
Of
champions.
Seattle?
Yes. Number 9, the Giants. And number 10, the Saints.
And by the way, correct me if I'm wrong. This is not the youngest rosters. This is a ranking of the best the best under 25 players, right? Isn't that what this is? This is not
Ranking
just,
teams by their under 25
okay,
talent.
so yeah, okay. So it's
I
not. This
misunderstood.
is not. That's because I was trying to figure it out. So this is not youngest to oldest. This is the best talent under 25.
Yes.
I see. I
Yes.
see. Interesting.
And last on the list,
Is it the Los Angeles Rams?
the old ass Rams.
Mm. Is Puka? Has he aged out of it, Mr. Bite?
Yes, he has joined the list of notable graduated players, along with new Ram Trent McDuffie and Warren McClendon.
Nick, did you see the photo of the bite? Did you see the photo of the
No,
bite?
what happened?
Oh. Google Puka Nakua bite. Not great.
Yeah, but then the whole thing got dropped. Or is this a different?
Oh my God.
Have you seen the photo of this?
Yes.
Holy crap. John, would you like to defend this player?
Ah.
I mean, he's not being charged, right?
I don't know.
I think the whole thing got dropped.
What part of his body is that?
It's her body. It's her back.
Oh.
He did that to a woman, Nick.
I am reading more into it.
You're
now.
reading into the story.
Yeah. Yikes.
Tough look.
Very.
In all seriousness, not surprised the Rams are their best players are all old.
Number 31, Denver. Number 30, Green Bay. Number 29, Buffalo. And number 28, Pittsburgh. That's your top five.
The bottom five, right?
Bottom.
I'm surprised the Packers. I mean, it's wild how fast teams can kind of age out of the young roster. But like they seemingly have had a young roster for a while, and now their good players are not young. Look, I hate the Packers, so I say what I'm about to say with the caveat of that. But man, it just seems like there has been a brain drain there of like really talented players, you know, and the Micah situation, you know, when is he going to return this year? They seem to just be a prime regression candidate. That said, and you know, just to argue with myself, the floor that they have had under LaFleur, if you will, has been very high. It's basically, I mean, the floor has basically been a 7 seed, which, you know, 6 years ago, we didn't even have 7 seeds. But that has been their floor so far. That's it. I see a little regression coming.
Question for you, since you have your ear to the ground on various things.
Ooh.
Do you think the Packers are going to suffer because Mr. Halfley is now with the Dolphins?
No, see now, great question, Nick. Though I guess there's a moratorium on saying great question. I heard that on the crossover.
That's what I was told, yeah.
Oh, no.
Nick, that is a question, and I will answer it. I was never a huge Halfley guy. I've always thought he's kind of overrated.
Cool.
I don't know.
I love to hear that.
No, sorry, Nick. I don't know. I would watch Packers games and they're always like, I hope nobody hires Halfley away. But look, admittedly, I'm not watching every play of every game. So I don't have like the comparison of what it was like in the defensive coordinator before that. But I know Packer fans listening would yell at me and say you're wrong.
Yeah.
So Nick, they're huge fans. They're huge fans. So good luck. A defense first coach just won the Super Bowl, so it could happen.
Yeah, but that's not the team that I want to watch.
What? Oh, that's right. You don't want to win with
ball
defense.
Go far.
He is using the Sam McEwen principle, John. He wants excitement.
I do.
He would hate the 2000 Baltimore Ravens.
Honestly, that's why I really like the Big 12.
Yeah. Well,
ball go far.
Nick, your team is changing. If you want that fun offense, you need to be a Chargers fan now. Justin Herbert. More like Justin Sherbert. It rhymes.
Coming up next, in order to play with the big dogs, you must be a better dog.
Bark.
We'll explain next on 1620 The Zone. Don't forget to get yourself registered for the Zone Golf Tournament 1620, the golf tournament, or 1620, the scramble. Don't forget to get yourself registered.
Hell yeah.
Why is it echoing?
Because you probably unmuted your tab or something.
No, I did not. No, I know what it is.
What'd you do?
Damn Twitter.
What'd you do wrong?
It's damn Twitter. That's what it is. It's damn Twitter. I had the damn Twitter open. If you would like to register, do so now at 1620thezone.com. 4-man teams, 4-person teams, $400 per team. Go to 1620thezone.com. It includes the 18 holes of golf, player gifts, complimentary food and beverage, VIP access to the after party at the Phoenix. It's all going to be at Miracle Hills on Friday, August 21st, 8:30 a.m. shotgun start. The boys in the morning and the boy in the afternoon will be there.
The boy?
Well, there's multiple people
singular.
out in the
Oh,
afternoon.
oh, I see what you're
Hodson's
saying.
going to be there. I would assume.
Someone's got to be back here. I don't know. I'm just telling you that the zone will be there and you can be there too. Sponsored by Cutwater and T-Box.
Come to the Phoenix for the after party where we'll be, and we can watch John eat a glizzy.
I cannot wait. They have really good buffalo sauce and really good tots and really
I
good
will
wings.
not eat a glizzy.
We're
I don't
all
know
going
what
to
you're talking
encircle
about.
you and chant glizz, glizz, glizz while you
It's
eat
going to
it.
be like Midsommar where John's going to be in that weird room and everyone will come. Oh, oh. John, you would love this reference if you watched that movie.
We're actually going to watch it on Thursday.
Who?
We're having a movie night at our place.
Oh,
We're gonna
wow.
watch Midsommar.
Look at
I
that.
love
That
that
sounds
movie.
exciting.
Well, if Nebraska's going to have a breakout season this year, they're going to have to be better as an underdog.
Will you stop fueling the hype machine?
Well, I wanted to look back at Matt Rule's teams against the spread as an underdog.
Well, first of all, the background of this graphic, is he looking through a peephole? Is that what that is?
Glory hole?
No, a
he's-
peephole.
He that's backwards hat wearing Matt.
I know,
is
but it
what
looks
that is.
like it looks like I'm in a hotel and I hear a knock on my door and I go over, who's there? And it's Matt Rule with his backwards hat.
It's from that picture.
But it had like the rounded edges.
I know.
I'm
That
not
was-
being critical.
That was
I like
that
it.
was occasionally it gives you a designer whatever, and I just said, yeah, sure, why
a
not?
little artwork to
Yeah.
it. I like it. I dig it. Okay.
Here's Matt Rule's teams against the spread as an underdog. By the way, overall, he's 40, 25, and 2.
He's awesome as an underdog, John. He's got to keep it
He
up.
was at Temple.
Mm,
They went 21-7. Now, this is against the spread.
this is not winning. Because famously, that 2013 team stunk.
21-7 at Temple as an underdog against the spread. At Baylor, he was 14-9.
Including 10-4 over his last two seasons.
Correct.
Wow.
At Nebraska, however, is only 5-9-2 against the spread. And the spread differential, which I have included, minus 80.5 points, which means not only did they not cover the spread, they didn't cover it by a cumulative 80.5 points.
Admittedly, in defense of Matt Rule,
Sure.
a lot of it, at least last year, is based off of the final 3 games. Penn State, Iowa, and Utah.
I mean, that hurt.
Especially Penn
It
State and
definitely
Iowa.
hurt.
Those ones.
That game was awesome.
It
No,
definitely
it was
hurt.
not, Nick.
I liked it.
And you might say, well, but doesn't he
God.
just need to be better overall as an underdog?
Does he just need to be
Absolutely.
better overall against the underdog?
But if we're
As an
going,
underdog.
if we're going to, and this might be one of our unofficial goals we put up on, you know how every team does goals every year. Maybe the unofficial goal for this season for Nebraska football is actually looking ahead to next off season.
No.
Looking ahead, Josh,
What?
you love that.
Why are
The
we
countdown to the Husker off season.
1,000 days till college football.
But I think we all want next off season to be better than this off season. For
you
example,
want the off season of good vibes.
You want Nebraska
Here-
to win the offseason.
here was an email we got from Kevin into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Kugler.
I know it's around the corner, speaking of football season, and all
Yes.
the talk about the Huskers is doing nothing for me. Just not into it. Just can't get motivated at all. And I dare say that is a pretty common sentiment. There's a lot of, we don't want that next year.
I'm excited. I can't wait for this season.
Yeah, but you're excited just for football in general.
No, I'm excited to watch Nebraska. I want to see how Calandry is going to do, how good the run game is going to be.
But if Nebraska just disappeared off the map,
I'd still be super excited.
Exactly. Maybe more excited.
Where would we be? Where did Nebraska disappear to?
Yeah, that's not good. Where'd all our big beefy boys go?
But and so yes, while you definitely want to win some games as an underdog,
yeah,
it would be nice
to cover them instead.
It would be nice to avoid the minus 39.5 spread differential that they had last year.
100%, because they're going to be underdogs in probably half their games.
Correct.
Half their games. I mean, you want to talk about, look, in all seriousness now, the reason the vibes are so bad is not because of the record. It is because they got smoked in the final 3 games of the season.
Yeah, they did not look like a 7-5 team at the end of the season. They looked like a 5-7 or a 4-8 team
I
at
thought
the end of the season.
Sam, when we had Sam McEwen on last week and we were talking about some stuff with him, and part of it was he complimented us, so I'm going to compliment him back. But he was like, look, you guys picked up on something that I just wasn't really thinking about in the moment, and that was the backwards hat stuff. And so it was just like, it was that, and it was that they getting their asses beat, and then it leaves such a horrid taste in your mouth. Michael's had those numbers about end of seasons and losing games and the point differential. And last year is like an all-timer in terms of negativity in how you do so. So yeah, I would love an off season that is not as miserable as this one has been. The lack of excitement sucks, because I don't think that emailer KG, I don't think that emailer is an outlier right now. I think a lot of people are like him.
Because that lack of excitement is going to bleed into the season the moment the first loss happens.
100%.
Or the moment anything bad happens.
100%.
Because it'll just be, well, see, here we go again.
Mm-hmm.
And so you would like, even in the losses, to be more competitive, to show the world that you're making progress. Because part of the goal of this year is to look like you're making progress, even if the record doesn't say progress. 7-5 on its bare essence, just looking at the record, is not going to shout progress.
No.
But it's going to be how it looks and how it feels.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the ways you can do that is be better covering.
Well, and isn't that why,
even in the games you lose?
To go back to Scott Frost's first season, they start out 0-6, they finish 4-2. So that was their best second half finish in a while.
Mm-hmm.
But they also lost closely, cue the drop, but they lost close to Ohio State on the road. They lost close to Iowa on the road.
Yeah.
They took them to the limit. And that was why there was excitement, because they won games, and the games they didn't win against good programs, and won in Ohio State, a national championship, caliber program.
Mm-hmm.
They pushed them all 60 minutes.
Yeah.
And how do you not watch a game like that and feel, oh my gosh, are they starting to figure things out? I mean, isn't that the goal of this season, where you leave it record aside and you say, they're starting to figure things out. They made some mistakes early, but they identified something, whether it was a style of offense, a style of defense, a certain type of quarterback, whatever it is, a new offensive line coach. Those are the things that you're hoping for at the end of the season.
Michael just sent me some additional numbers on Nebraska against the spread. So last year against the spread, Nebraska 4-9 overall. As a dog of 6.5 or fewer points. So a skinny dog.
Sure.
Nebraska was 2-6 against the spread.
So, I mean, we're talking coin flip games.
And as a favorite of 6.5 or fewer points, so a skinny favorite, 0-3.
I mean, how often will they find themselves in games that have the appearance of a spread like that?
Right.
I would bet. I mean, Matt talks about it a lot. There are 3 games everybody, for the most part, is chalking up as wins, and those are, aptly enough, the first 3 games of the season. And then 3 games most people are chalking up as L's: Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana. And so what does that lead? That leads 6 games. And those 6 games will probably, I would bet 5 of them are within the 6.5 point spread margin on either side.
Here's another one that stands out. Now, this is straight up. This is just the straight up record. As a 3.5 point or greater underdog, 0-10. So it feels like if Nebraska's a dog by more than a field goal,
That's
you can
crazy.
just chalk that up as a nail.
It's not that big of a point spread.
It's really not.
A lot of NFL games are exactly 3.5.
They-
And we see upsets like that all the time.
Got to be better as an
See
underdog.
upsets like that in college football
So
all
that
the
at
time.
least the look and the feel of whatever the record ends up being feels better. And next year, we won't be getting as many emails. The emails will be saying, we want more football talk.
Oh, those are my favorite emails. Get
But
this
we're not getting
basketball
that.
crap
and
out
so
of here.
now we've got to talk about baseball.
Could you stop
or
talking
dumb
about
debates.
college baseball? What are you guys, morons? Like, I'm sick of those emails, John.
Well, dumb debates is next.
I do like dumb debates. We got a good one last break that started Hi Guys, so we
can't
know
wait.
who that one is from.
Well, we'll find out what those are and more when we commence with the dumb debates on this Wednesday next on 1620 The Zone.
Listeners are not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Before we commence with the dumb debates, and I know we've talked about it a number of times here in the last 2 weeks, but
How good
I
will
think-
Calandria be?
I just think we need to repeat it. And a special thanks to our great bosses, our new Supreme Chancellor,
Usher.
Mr. Allen, and for Keeley, and for all the people that did the work so that we could be in our new studio.
Classic John licking boots. You don't praise Prudon. You don't
What?
praise Ian.
Did I not say Prudon?
Josh Odson was here late.
You didn't praise Odson. You didn't praise Ian. And you never once paid for drugs.
Not even once.
No, but I couldn't agree more.
No, I'm just saying everybody that was, because there was a lot of people that were involved.
It's been awesome.
And it's just great to be in here, to have the room, to have the space, to have our view of the Kevin Kugler Memorial Protest parking lot.
So you guys can
And
look
Dodge
at windows during break and talk about windows.
We do. We were talking about windows during the break.
There's a garbage truck. Isn't it great to be able to see a garbage truck?
I ain't no
Honk
Mac.
your horn.
I'm a Peterbilt.
He can't hear us.
I can't. I don't think.
I don't think he can see us through the.
He's
through the
looking
glass.
both ways. By the way, that intersection sucks. It looks like it. I think any. Okay,
See ya.
my hot take. I
I
think
wonder if he's listening to the show.
any road that intersects with a main road like Dodge should have a stoplight. There should not be stop signs on roads that intersect major roads.
Wait,
That is the worst idea ever.
Light
There would be
there?
lights all up and down the street. Are you a monster?
Nick, what
I
on
think they should all
earth?
have lights. It's safer.
No,
I think it's
Yeah,
safer.
you know, are you running for mayor of Lincoln? Because that's literally what they do. They put a damn street light everywhere.
Nick, that would be the worst thing ever.
Yes.
God forbid I want people to
No.
not wreck their cars.
There- you can
Well,
be
here-
safe with a stop sign.
Here's a good idea. Go to the street
gonna
that
say,
has the stoplight.
When I need to turn
50th.
when I need to turn onto Dodge left, you know what I do? I go to a stop sign or a stoplight. Right, I ruined it. Come on.
Nick Grimm here for putting in a stoplight on every corner on Dodge Street.
Good Lord, Nick, that's your worst take.
I think it would make things safer.
No,
No,
it would not.
not.
It would make things way worse.
It would probably cause
That's
a
an idea
civil
Mr.
war.
H would have.
I don't think so.
Matt writes, you have this nice new studio, and yet you guys are still talking across your microphones and have to turn your bodies to be able to look and see each other. Add that to the dumb debate studio is designed poorly. That's not true.
What?
We look at each other and
Yeah.
it sounds the same right now as I look at you.
Yeah.
We fixed, maybe Matt hasn't been listening since Monday.
Yes,
Yeah.
Ian.
We
Ian,
fixed the
Ian-
mics.
Was Stibbs
Stibbs
part of
and
this?
Ian both.
Stibbs
Oh.
slept in.
Oh.
You slacker.
Classic Stibbs. Classic
By the way, the
Stibbs.
Mariners are losing.
John,
Stibbs.
I told you that I saw something
Oh,
and
by
I
the way, this is dumb debate.
It's dumb debates. So I
Yes.
got a dumb debates question for you. I'm going to give you 4 options. Yesterday, you had that great question that annoyed you because people voted for Iowa.
They voted wrongly.
So I'm going to give you 4 options
4.
because I saw a tweet today that I was like, wow,
Oh,
that is
boy.
inspiring me to ask a dumb debates question. John, would you rather get
Yeah,
a $10,000 raise,
$10,000 raise,
a $25,000 raise,
$25,000
a
raise,
$50,000 raise,
$50,000 raise.
or win $5 million in the lottery? I know it's a tough
Wow,
it's a-
that's tough.
It's a tough one.
That is really tough.
I don't know what one I, would
kind of want to.
choose.
I kind of want to go. What was the second option?
$25,000 raise. Think about that. $25K more a year.
Mm.
I mean, that's a pretty nice option.
That is a really nice option.
but I think I'll vote number 4.
Really? You're taking the best thing on the options?
Yes, I'm taking the best thing on the option.
Interesting.
Crazy.
John, would you rather the Rams beat the Cowboys in the regular season this year?
Of course.
Would you rather they beat the 49ers in the regular season this year?
Can I have both?
No, it's one or the other. Would you rather they beat the Cardinals for some reason, I guess, this year, or win the Super Bowl? Which of the 4 do you think you would choose?
I mean,
Cowboys,
you know
John,
how much
you
I hate the Cowboys. I mean,
you hate them. But you also hate the 49ers.
I
This is
do,
probably a tough
and
one.
I hate the Cardinals.
Mm.
I hate everybody. I think I'm going to pick Super Bowl.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. All right. Fascinating. I'm a little surprised.
Man, this, Josh, I don't.
Yes.
I don't think you did the assignment. The assignment is dumb debates.
Oh, that wasn't dumb.
That
enough
was not
for you?
a dumb debate.
Oh, okay.
Because there was no debate.
Mustache Adam says the $5 million gets taxed around 40%, so it's not that great of a deal.
Oh,
Adam says,
damn you, Mondami.
Adam says, give me the $10,000 raise.
Yep, $10,000 raise.
I'll
it
take
is.
the $10,000 raise.
Because that will definitely not be taxed at all.
Nope. We love raises.
Okay. From Rick.
What up, Rick?
Hi, Rick.
Rick, despite being a nauseating Seattle sports fan,
Oh,
by the way, the
speaking of,
Mariners
yeah.
are losing, does usually come up with some good, dumb debates. How far are you willing to go, aka distance and effort, for something food related you can't get here? For example, my fixation with In-N-Out Burger. So how far out of your way in terms of distance and effort are you willing to go to get your food fixation?
Does a day trip count?
I would.
It's pretty far.
I would think
Okay,
so.
like
Well, it
if
depends.
it's fast food, going to another city
So,
is
like,
insane.
Well, give me an example.
Okay, so I think it was last year. Now, we did other things in the city, but we were like, let's go to Des Moines because there is a brewery that we like and they have really good food. But we did other stuff when we were there. So we didn't just go there, eat, and then come home.
But the
that
purpose of the trip was
built
for that,
around
yes.
going to the
Right.
place.
So I
So
think
if
that
that
counts.
place hadn't have been there, you wouldn't have gone to Des Moines.
Probably not. Yeah. So I guess, so that was 2. I'm trying to think if we've ever gone to Kansas City for the sole purpose of, again, like a restaurant and then did other things while we were there. And I don't think so. I think we're in Kansas City and we have barbecue versus like going to Kansas City for the barbecue and then like, let's go to the Royals.
Yeah,
game
I
soon.
don't think, I mean,
2 hours.
I haven't done anything like that. But anytime we go to Vegas, which is every year,
Well, you live there.
Usually we stay more on the south end of the strip. We're talking like the MGM Grand, area,
Yeah.
which is more south strip.
Mhm.
And the In-N-Out Burger, I mean, there is one that's probably closer, but you got to go across the interstate, and so I always go to the In-N-Out Burger, which is up by it's in the mall. It's up by the big, the high roller.
Oh yeah,
the
that's
big.
the one that I went to.
Oh, with
Yeah.
like all the walking
Yeah,
areas?
that's where I got my
It's
hat.
like the walking mall,
That was a fun area.
and
I
that's
like that area.
that's
fish
about
and
a mile
chips.
and a half walk, I think.
And
One
you'll
way,
go out of your way for that.
and I will do that.
Yeah.
That's about as close as it gets. I mean, I have never planned a trip around.
Have you ever driven to Omaha for a meal specifically and then gone home? Like there's a place in Omaha that, because I've done that to Lincoln.
Yeah, I get.
I've done that
with Lincoln, too.
I've
Yeah.
gone like it's like I want Honest
Yeah,
Abe's.
We've done that for Drover. We've done that for, but it was also, well,
You work here.
but you see, it was also kind of tied into either going to a comedy show or a sporting event.
You almost feel like you need to have another thing to do if you're gonna make that
Yeah.
trip.
And this question was food specific, right? From
It was.
okay, because I was going to say if you come to Omaha for a comedy show, that's kind of the same thing, but
Yeah.
no, this is food specific.
We've gone to Lincoln for food. There's been a few times where I've considered. There's this restaurant in Des Moines I really really like. There's I don't remember the name.
Burger King.
No, it's like a sushi place, but they have some of my favorite rice is at this place. And they've got-
Classic.
yeah. I haven't fully pulled the trigger though. I want to.
Okay.
I've considered going to Kansas City just for Whataburger.
You should do it.
Now, we have met friends out of town for dinner, just dinner.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess But that's not really a fixation. That's just more. It's not so much about where we're eating.
It's more about the camaraderie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think the In-N-Out example is about the only one that I have. Michael
Severe.
We go to Lincoln to it's Bonwich, right? On 27th.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
He says we go to Lincoln for the Bonwich on 27th Street.
Shane says, hard to believe John isn't driven here for Yoshitomo. Doesn't he love seafood and sushi? I know you do. I'm surprised you haven't done that.
Yeah.
Maybe next time.
Well, there's a sushi place that just opened up
for
off
me
the
to
road.
poop on.
Wow. I guess I will say back home, since we don't really have
And by the way,
many
we have
chains
sushi
back
in
home.
Lincoln. We
Not
just
as good as
fish
this
right
one,
out
though.
of the Salt
True.
Creek.
There have been times where we visited like Omaha, and then would get Popeyes and go 2 hours bringing Popeyes back home.
You mean you wait 2 hours?
That is insane behavior.
You
My
wait
mom
2
really
hours.
wanted Popeyes.
You got it, and then you took it home?
Yeah. I know. My
Now
mom
that's
really
a
wanted
day
Popeyes.
trip because you're waiting most of the day for the Popeyes.
Funny joke, John.
Speaking of food, Ray says, what's worse? Matt's failed 999, Happer's chicken nuggets, or Nick hot dog at Oscars? I think we can remove Happer out of this. Happer doesn't belong in the sadness conversation.
Why doesn't Happer belong in that?
His was not as embarrassing as your guys's.
I feel like mine wasn't that embarrassing. That was just me being humbled.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not embarrassed by
being
it.
embarrassed and being humbled are kind of the same thing.
I don't know. I'm not embarrassed by the hot dog thing. I miscalculated.
No, it's not
I thought I
embarrassing.
could eat a hot
Like you're
dog
not.
fast.
It's like more like just an embarrassing thing. I guess maybe you have to be.
I've always saw the hot dog thing as more funny than embarrassing. I
That
guess.
said, I think Matt's is the worst easily. I think it's actually pretty. He didn't even get a third into the game. I mean, it is so bad.
Yeah,
Now,
but I mean,
Nick's is a second. Though.
But Nick got like 1/8
One
through the
bite.
hot dog.
Oh.
He was like, oh.
That wasn't me choking. That was me under. It was like, oh crap.
I mean,
It was a sigh. It
there was
wasn't a choke.
There was a gag-esque like reflex that you had.
That's the man
that
whose
your
meat-
body told you you're not going to be able to do this.
As
You're
the
not gonna
man who
take
had
it.
the meat in his mouth, it wasn't a gag. It was a, oh crap. It was a realization.
Don't put it on
Which
the
is-
internet that
which
Nick
is-
gagged.
Which is
No
why
gag reflex for
I
Nick.
didn't gag on the meat. That's not what happened.
I think Nick's was more embarrassing.
Whoa, then Matt, he didn't get the third of
Again,
the way through the
but
game.
With Matt,
have
it was a horrible strategy.
Shouldn't have chugged.
He sabotaged himself
For no reason.
Nick didn't have time to sabotage
That's true,
himself.
it just ended.
It was literally his body telling him, "You ain't doing this today."
Yeah. Jordan says Connor did the best out of the three. The entrance was pretty funny too. It did. His was awesome.
Yeah,
I
the
missed it.
showmanship was pretty good.
I had COVID that week, so I famously missed Chicken
What?
Nugget Day. Yeah.
COVID in 2022. I didn't even think that was happening.
Yeah,
anymore.
I didn't either, and then I got it.
Okay, so we got an invite to a birthday party this weekend,
Mhm.
or we got it this weekend for a birthday party coming up, and it is out in West Omaha, and it is on Farnham Street. And I saw this invite, and immediately I had this question. And so, like Dodge right here, Dodge goes east and west. So when I ask this question, I'm thinking of the east and west streets in Omaha, not the ones that go north and south. What streets in Omaha that go, again, east and west, do you most associate with a certain part of town? So, for example, seeing this invite for a party at Farnham Street, it doesn't seem real that Farnham is in West Omaha. Does this question make sense to you?
Yes, I get that.
Because it's
I
like
get that.
Farnham isn't a West Omaha street. Farnham is for Midtown.
Yeah.
And so it sometimes is like Dodge. Dodge is for all of Omaha. But there are some streets that I never associate with that part of Omaha, just like okay, Kansas Avenue. I don't even know if there is a Kansas Avenue in this part of the city. But if there was, they'd be like, this doesn't belong in this part of the city. Kansas Avenue is for West Omaha.
For me, it's Maple shouldn't exist in my head anywhere past 132nd.
Wow, that's a wild opinion.
Yeah.
I
It's
never
literally a highway,
I get that, but it's weird to see
which
it
takes
anywhere
you out
past.
of town.
I get that, but it feels like it shouldn't exist. there
Jimmy
to me.
says Fort, so I agree with him. Fort for me is only a West Omaha street, but of course there is Fort. I remember driving by Fort in North Omaha, and it's like, this is weird. Fort does not belong in North Omaha.
I usually equate Fort with Northwest Omaha.
Jordan says Blondo. I'm guessing Jordan.
I think
Blondo,
of Blondo being.
I don't think of it around here at all.
I think of Blondo as like a
West.
90th 90th.
Now
area.
a lot of those are like where my aunt and uncle live. So
Uh-huh.
I just always have equated that. But
Mhm.
and I never traverse those streets very far, east of Northwest Omaha.
Mhm.
Which now, I mean, God, it's not
Yeah,
even
I was
Northwest
gonna say
Omaha
it's just
anymore.
what, like central
It's so weird.
Central Omaha.
It's so weird when I drive through this town sometimes, and I'm like, man,
It's changed.
there wasn't nothing out here that long ago.
What Africa says L, or and Jimmy said L as well, and so I'm kind of trying to figure out which part of Omaha do they most associate L with.
I always associate with being right off the interstate.
Like 120th. That
You see,
area.
when I think of L, I actually think of the industrial part of town.
See, again, it's where you encounter it
Mm-hmm.
more often. Like I think of, well, I guess Havelock's not a great example in Lincoln because it's literally it's Northeast Lincoln. Yeah, I don't have an example of that. Good example of that.
Lincoln's
in
just so
Lincoln.
different.
Mhm.
Oh, Jimmy. Okay, so these guys are saying they think of L as South Omaha, so they're talking.
That's interesting.
They're talking
Well,
way
it
east,
is. I mean-
east and south, not
Yeah.
way out that way.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy that this wasn't I was not inebriated in any way, shape, or form when I thought of this, but it definitely seemed like a high question.
I got one.
Okay.
It's from Joey, so it's
Okay.
from
So
Joey.
you're stealing from Joey.
And I'm not stealing because I'm giving credit.
Okay.
In an alternate universe, if I wasn't working in radio, I would be, and then he gave 3 options. Traveling around the world, running a pub, a blues musician, play piano, bass at a small capacity, high class, and underground venues.
Okay, it would definitely not be the last one.
I do not see Joey as a blues musician.
My question for you guys is, in an alternate universe, if you weren't in radio, what would you be doing?
Oh, I thought we were trying to figure out what Joey would be doing.
I do not see Joey as a blues musician.
I could see him running a pub.
I was going to say travel. He seems like a guy who would travel.
Oh, absolutely.
He loves travel. He talks about traveling all the time.
Yeah.
Talks about
It
traveling all
helps
the
that
time.
he has someone related in the travel industry. It helps a lot.
It does. I don't
Good
know
for
what
you, Joey.
I don't know what I would be doing. I think about this a lot. I have no other skills. I have zero. I've only ever worked in radio.
Mhm.
I've never worked in a normal office. So, what do I wish I could do? I wish that I could write. I wish I could be a novelist. That sounds really cool.
Fiction
albeit
or
really-
nonfiction?
Well, novelist is fiction.
Oh,
Yeah. I wish I could write novels. They'd be like, whoa, the great American novel.
I mean, I suppose I'd
Josh
be back
Peterson.
doing what I used to do, running a book,
Hell yeah.
doing
Gambler
the,
John.
doing the rackets, going place to place, shaking people down for money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. My guess it would be something blue collar,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is scary because I am notoriously not good at fixing things.
Yeah,
I tend to get frustrated very quickly, and it's like the hammer comes out.
Jordan says Joey could make schedules for the NFL.
Good.
He'd be really good at that. I found that.
I could definitely see that more than I could see him as a blues musician.
Yes. I have learned about myself that I'm actually pretty good at doing behind the scenes stuff, and so maybe doing that in some, I feel like media adjacent though is kind of where I'd want to be. Maybe working behind the scenes in the movie industry or the television industry, not like a writer, but like just helping out with, I don't know, planning things, I guess.
I've got
Mr. Nolan, here's your coffee.
Yes. No, he'd be like, Josh, do you have any ideas for me? And I'd say, I have plenty. And he'd say, you're the producer on my
I got
next
an
show."
and he'd
idea.
flip your coffee up into your face.
He'd love my takes. I think he'd be like, you have good takes.
I think I would either be running like a board game shop. I think that'd be fun.
A board game shop?
Yeah, why not? Or a
Let him
bar.
cook.
My family back in Manning used to have a bar called Grimm's. I think it'd be cool to bring that back. Bars are cool.
Yeah.
Or,
Late nights.
and this has always kind of been my backup if radio never
Well, not
worked.
in a small town. I mean,
That's true. Try that in a
you
small
just have to
town.
get, Carl the drunk out the door,
Get out of there by 9:30.
10:30.
Mailman.
Get a lot of steps in.
I think I'd like being a mailman.
We have a lot of male people listen to the show.
We do have a lot of male people listening to the show. And we thank you all for your service.
Pedro writes, hi guys, dumb debate question. Would you rather be part of a wild wolf pack or would you rather be a stay-at-home domesticated dog?
I'd rather be a domesticated dog.
Hell
Yeah, because
You're
I'm getting
with
fed.
the millennial
Exactly.
I'm not having to fight for my food.
You know how like older generations of people look at younger generations and they say they're soft and stuff. What do you think dogs from like the 1800s would think if they saw
Oh God, yes.
dogs of today, soft as
pampered.
hell. Oh my gosh! I tell
And
Banks
you
I
see
love
all
him
the
100
weird
times
doggy
a day.
parents out there buying all the crap.
He sleeps on my bed if he wants to. Like, yeah, they would be
dogs.
triggered.
Ooh.
They would, domesticated dog. That sounds awesome. Banks, we always joke about it. Our salaries can go up and down. Life events can hit. It will never show itself in him, in how he maybe will smell stress on us, but it will never change the amount of food he gets, the amount of walks he gets. I mean, he's living the dream. He is absolutely living the dream. Yeah, I don't want to be a wolf pack dog. He gets to be outside all the time.
Not knowing if you're going to eat, where your next meal is going to come from, having to fight other dogs. Sounds annoying.
Just being outside in general in bad weather.
Yeah, imagine it's raining.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Schaefer says dog. Yeah, see, we're team dogs.
Absolutely.
Matthew, dog from 1800s to current dog. Take that GD sweater off. Jordan, dogs these days. Boomer dogs.
Mhm. Mustache Adam wants to know, can a grown man have two favorite NFL teams?
Hell no, they can't. You got to pick a side. What are we doing? What do you do when they play each other? You can have soft spots. I have a soft spot for Josh Allen.
I'm guessing Mrs. Kelsey had two favorite teams.
Well, you love the Chargers so much.
Yeah, I like Jim
That
Harbaugh.
is true. You do.
But
love
I
the
don't.
Chargers.
When they play the Cowboys, I want them to lose. That's okay. You bring up a good point. Parents, but what do they do when their sons play each other?
They wear the half and half jerseys and just hope that nobody gets hurt.
Yeah, they just
Never
don't
know
want.
And then
whether-
they smile for the winner and they grieve with the loser.
They probably don't want their son to be the reason their teams lose, but they understand that.
Yeah,
somebody's gotta
generally
lose.
speaking, no,
I'm not
you don't have two favorites.
Yeah,
There's always going to be one that takes more precedence than the other.
There
Thus,
is
they become
another.
your favorite.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of sports, my wife says, what would be the funniest sport for coaching staffs to dress like the athletes, a la baseball? And she actually went a little bit deeper. She says, if I can vote for a specific era, I would say either an era where they wore hoochie shorts in the NBA or the mid 2000s with the ridiculous long shorts. But football and hockey would also be funny with all the gear. My immediate response to this is always football. Just like imagining Bill Belichick on the sidelines with pads and a helmet is hilarious.
Oh, you have to include the pads in the helmet?
Yes.
That would be funny.
But there is something about the NBA and just a tank top essentially and
Yes.
shorts that is just such a funny visual because then they sit down and like she said, the hoochie shorts.
Mhm.
But I think I would go football because seeing
I think it's basketball easily.
Yeah.
Because most of these coaches should not be wearing that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And, you know, a lot of them are middle-aged guys, so there's hair everywhere.
That's true.
Yeah,
All the back hair.
Oh, I mean, they would have to either get into some serious grooming or they would be like, I don't give a damn.
I don't
And I mean,
care.
think
Coach,
about-
it's not Thursday.
I mean, think about, you know, like, oh my God, the ex Nuggets coach, Mike Malone. I mean, how awkward he would look in a basketball uniform
Who is
with the shorts.
who is the biggest basketball head coach?
Imagine if
What's his
George,
name at Utah?
if Carl,
George Karl.
George
Yeah, he was a
Karl.
big dude.
if he was wearing. Imagine if, now this is going to college, imagine if the late great Rick Majerus.
That would have been quite the look.
Could you imagine?
To look
I know, obviously not coaching anymore, but could you imagine Coach Mack in those
exactly.
tiny
I mean,
shorts?
even for a
So
guy who
funny.
looks like he's still kind of fit for his age, you're like,
You just
no,
say he
it would
still
not
looks
work.
kind of fit for his age.
Wow,
I hope he's
John.
listening right now.
I hope he is.
Now, so we're just thinking of the big four sports right now, but Matt and also Sean have said swimming. What about a swimming coach? And so
Well,
now I'm starting to
yeah.
think of Olympic sports. You know, what about gymnastics?
Swimming, yeah.
You know, what about the you look
Well,
over at the-
wrestling coaches. Imagine old Mark Manning went out there wearing the
to
singlet.
wear a singlet? That's pretty funny. What's the funniest outfit for sports like uniforms? What's the funniest looking sports uniform on a middle-aged man? What else do they wear in the Olympics? I guess like a track coach having to wear like the really tight form-fitting
Well, I mean,
stuff.
yeah, the swimming is definitely there because
Yeah.
Speedos.
Because it's
just
just a
wearing
very
the speedos or the
yeah. Wrestling,
or the-
that's a good one.
the wrestling one. Would
Wrestling
be pretty
is
good.
pretty good.
Fencing could be funny.
Oh, because you'd have to have the whole regalia on.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Mhm.
You wouldn't even know which one's your coach.
That's true.
Let's see.
Alex in like an ice skating suit. That'd be pretty funny, especially if you have to have like the really weird, the really weird ones.
Downhill skiing, says Shane in the chat.
Those are
because you would have
very
to have the
form-fitting.
skis on, too.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good call.
Here's a real quick one from Jordan. What takes longer, TSA line or Popeyes drive-through? Obviously, Popeyes.
You guys are all morons. Brian from Bellevue.
That would be a fun exercise, though.
The TSA challenge.
I mean, if you have the TSA Fast Pass, watch out,
Popeye
Popeyes.
still wins. Brian from Bellevue. John, Josh, and Nick. It is not
Hello.
fun when you are sick. My question. If you were sick, what time of year, spring, summer, fall, or winter, would you want to be sick? And he adds, love the show. I feel like this is an easy one.
Winter.
Winter. It's always winter, right?
Yeah.
I was sick a few
Because
weeks
usually
ago
you're
and it
stuck
sucked.
inside anyway at wintertime. So
I was sick in January, and it was like, you're just annoyed that you're sick, but it's like, it's cold outside. Who cares?
Well, I just brought up, I had COVID in 2022 in July.
Yeah, that's terrible.
That was the worst.
Yeah.
I hated that.
I was sick last month, right after the College World Series, and it's
summer
so nice
summer
out.
sickness is the worst.
Yeah.
Because
I don't want
you
soup
want to
in the
be
summer.
more active. You like being outside, and you are bedridden. Now, I suppose for this question, Michael would say summer.
Summer, definitely.
He has no problem with it. But I mean, it's just even when it's nasty hot like it was, it feels like you're missing something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
When you're stuck in bed and you can't be up and around, even if it's just being up and around the house.
Yeah.
But in wintertime, everyone's just, the activity generally slows down everywhere. And so to me, it's easily wintertime.
I would also add, I do not like being sick in the fall because weekends, or fall weekends are my favorite weekends of the year. I don't want to be sick around a football weekend. You're coughing up a crap and trying to root for your
Coughing up a crap.
Coughing up crap. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. By the way, the uniform question, 402 text in, John Cook in a volleyball uniform.
Ooh, there you go. That's
a funny visual.
Funny, but also disturbing at the same time.
Okay.
It is indeed.
So the sickness question, let's take out winter as an option.
Yeah.
What would be the best, I guess, out of spring, summer, fall? I think I'm leaning spring.
Yeah, I'd probably rather be in the spring.
Early spring when it's raining.
Yeah, when it still feels like winter in a way. But yeah, the rest of spring can be nice.
Yeah.
Summer and fall are the ones I definitely don't want to be sick in. Yeah. Baymon says, tell John this was inspired by the man with two brains. You and your friend have been in a horrific car accident. The only way to save you two was to graft your heads onto the same body. You can pick what limbs you control while your friend controls the others. Do you pick both arms, both legs, one of each? It's dumb debates, John.
I think arms. I want both arms.
Why?
Because I feel like I have more control. I can grab things. You can be, you have more tools at your disposal with
That's
arms.
a good point.
But legs,
Food.
yeah. Legs, I mean, yeah, if you want to walk over there, I guess, but I have arms.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're missing out on mobility, but you get more things done with your arms.
You'd feel like you're a passenger, though. It's like, ooh, this is weird.
Yeah, but I'm a passenger with fingers.
But I can control
Yeah,
what
I think
eat.
that's the easy answer. The worst answer would be going half and half.
Yeah, you would have to really
left
be in
side,
sync with
right
that
side.
person.
What if you did right arm, left leg? How weird would that be?
I would hate that.
Yeah.
And who gets control of the jimmies?
Not the jimmies.
That's what I was wondering about, too. I was wondering how crazy this was going to be.
Yeah.
So wait, but if it's the
what
other
if you
guy's
get
legs,
left Jimmy and he gets right Jimmy?
if he has the legs, does that mean it's his butt? So you're wiping your friend's butt?
Oh, maybe that's
but you're
down the
being
middle.
grafted together, so
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, it is still your butt. It's just you're not in control of it.
Yeah.
Another good reason to pick arms.
Yeah, I think I'm picking the arms.
I'm picking the arms.
All right. Wow.
There you go. There's dumb debates.
That's how it's
you
done.
can always send in your dumb debates anytime. Some of those I read were older ones. I archive them all. So when they come in, whether it's via the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, use the hashtag dumb debates. I'll save them.
Awesome.
Whether it is in the email inbox brought to you by Equitable Bank, John, Josh, or Nick at 1620thezone.com. We archive those.
Awesome.
So send them in whenever you get the inspiration for a dumb debate. And we'll see you next time on Dumb Debates. But coming up next, it's time for content.
What do we have?
We have, as he scrolls down,
LeBron James?
Not again, Nick.
again. A follow-up on college quarterbacks. It was not a good night for certain people in baseball, and Chip Kelly. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. All coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
I'm going to say something that's going to sound ridiculous in a few days. I almost feel cold in here.
Oh my gosh. It will
You can
sound
turn
ridiculous.
down our air. We have our own air conditioner.
I know, but I don't want to mess with anything.
I feel like I'm in like the perfect spot in here because whenever I walk back in the studio, I'm like, ooh, it's a little chilly.
It is.
Then
a
I
little
get
chilly.
over into
But
my
I was
little
even
nook.
chilled out there in the hallway, in the general
I hope
hallway area.
I hope none of our bosses are listening because they're gonna be like, ooh, we could turn it up a little bit, save some cash. It'll get warm and stinky.
I like being a little chilly.
Oh,
It's
fun
nice.
debates.
I like being just a little
Do
chilly.
you like being a little chilly?
I also like reading questions too, guys.
Ooh.
The Miami Heat posted a YouTube link titled
LeBron James introductory press conference.
then took it down. The team said they only put it up in case that they would need to. I know it's not Thursday, but do you buy this excuse?
No, of course not. This is the biggest tell in the world. Why would you?
You don't need to create
Why
a
would-
pretend link just
Exactly,
in case
you-
for Thursday.
Yeah, you don't need to create an advanced link.
Just something way into the future.
Right.
There's that dog Twitter account that always has scoops that was like, yeah, Micah Parsons going to get traded to the Packers. And then he did, and it triggered me. The dog account said LeBron's going to the Heat. I do not buy this excuse. Absolutely
It's a
not.
terrible excuse.
You don't need to do that. That is insane. It'd be like if Nick was like, boys, I'm going to create the Big Red Overreaction link. But why? You can wait. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's not
do
a big
all the other
deal.
stuff. Make the graphics. Have the description ready. You can even create a title. But there's no need to actually do that unless this thing is going down and someone had a little itchy trigger finger.
And you're right. It's not Thursday.
That's tomorrow.
Friend of the Grum, Bill Connolly, put together his annual IFs column, a list of what needs to go right for the Natty hopefuls in college football. For the first time ever, no team had 2 ifs or fewer. I have no idea what this means, but perhaps this season is going to be super wide open. Please explain this to me and to the listeners.
Nick, you did a good job of explaining it. So Bill, for a few years, has been doing a story where it's like, Ohio State will win the title if, and he lists off the various things. Nebraska actually made an appearance in this column in Scott Frost's second year. I think they had like 7 or 8 ifs. It's like Ohio State, for example. Ohio State could win the title if the portal delivered a pass defense, if Jeremiah Smith has battery mates, if new OC Arthur Smith can pick up the pace. So like that's kind of what he's going for here. But as he pointed out, for the first time ever, no team just had 2. They all had 3 or more. I think, John, this is cool. It's going to be a wide open season yet again. What a great sport.
I think it'll seem like it's a wide open season, but once we get to October, it's going to look pretty obvious
Nick?
which of those teams will be in the running.
All right. How many teams are we talking here? How many teams do you think by October will be true blue contenders? Because I want to set a reminder for October 1st, rather, where you say the champions will only come from this list of blank teams to see if you're correct.
5.
Okay. So let's do a reminder. That could be a great discussion.
Okay.
You can do it later. We can set it up later.
5.
5
I don't
teams.
know which 5 they are right now. I mean, I could probably throw a blanket over a few and
Ooh,
Texas,
that's fun.
Oregon, Notre Dame.
That's 3.
Ohio
Ohio State. You don't want to put Ohio State in there? You're a huge Ryan Day fan.
I am a big Ryan Day fan, but it's more because he's handsome. He has a very dark beard, which is totally natural.
Okay.
I don't know if I'd put them in there, though, because I think the schedule is pretty much
Oh, interesting.
Hmm.
All right, this will be fun.
You know that movie that came out a few years ago about the guy who he hit his head and then he came into a world where the Beatles never existed, but
I think I've heard of this.
the name of that movie? Yesterday. When talking about the Athletics
Good Lord.
quarterback tiers,
A long, unnecessary windup.
Uh-huh.
we mentioned that was the bit, John. We mentioned SMU's Kevin
balk.
Jennings has a sports recovery building named after him by a rich booster. Is this next level thinking or a failed effort in vanity?
I wondered about this morning. How do the other athletes on campus react to this? And I know it's not Jennings' fault. He didn't donate the money. He didn't insist the building be named after him. But how would people react when this one guy on campus gets a building named after him because some rich booster was just trying to make some kind of a point. I think it can be a divisive issue. Maybe not outwardly and very open, but deep inside the recesses of the mind, the other athletes are like, really? What is this dude? Seriously?
Because this is
We're gonna
even
name
like
it after him.
Because the obvious comp to this is Joey Harrington having that huge billboard in Times Square, right? Back in 2001.
Yes.
But that's not a building named after Joey Harrington that's on the Oregon campus.
Right. This thing's gonna be there forever.
Yeah.
And what if this dude ends up just? I mean, as the odds of him winning a title of any kind are pretty small.
So what is the question was, is this next level thinking or a failed effort in vanity? I'll say it's actually both. I bet this happens again in the future at other schools, and it is definitely a failed effort in vanity.
So silly.
On Monday, Joe Ryan of the and Twins allowed 6 home runs, tying him for most allowed by a pitcher in a game since 1900. What's the lowest moment of your career?
One time, Jim Rome was on the air and he was interviewing Michael Vick, and I
That's a low moment.
Played a bunch of dog bark drops in the background. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny. Do I regret it? I mean, probably. I probably shouldn't have done that. I thought I was going to get fired the next day. So that was bad. That was probably the low point.
Lowest moment of my career was convincing that person that was a good idea and they should do it.
That's true. John was like, it's funny. Don't worry, nothing will ever happen.
Michael and I were like, oh, you ought to play dart, and so we did.
Oopsies.
Mine is of music. That was a real low point.
Oh,
for me.
that was pretty tough.
Bad.
That was pretty tough.
The Phillies ran themselves out of a chance to beat the mighty, mighty Dodgers last night.
Freddie's even deep.
Off the hands, over to third. Oh, they got Crawford caught.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, no, JT.
Oh, JT's in trouble now.
Oh,
JT is out at second base. A base running block.
So what happens? So it's second and third in a one-run game, 1 out. And it was just a little dribbler up the third base line instantly, and it's no fault of the runner at third base. I mean, you're going to get caught in a rundown.
Yeah.
It's just based on where the ball was hit.
Second do?
But JT Real Muto, who was the runner at second, ran all the way to third. And right before his teammate got tagged out, was standing on third base. He inexplicably just decided, oh, I need to run back to second so that third base is open for my teammate who's about to be tagged out. They tag out the guy at third, throw back to second, out easily, game over.
Was that the lowest moment of JT Real Muto's career?
I mean,
it should be.
I don't know what
That's
other
a bad base running mistake.
I don't know what other dumb things he has done, but I mean, the reaction from the announcers is so funny too, because like, as you explained it, it's like, hey, nothing you can do about this. And they're like, yeah, he's going to be out. But then immediately as he takes off for a second, it's, no, what are you doing?
Where are you going?
Bro, that's tough.
We haven't yet commented on the viral photo from yesterday's press day at Northwestern's new Ryan Field. It's Chip Kelly doing the Bob the Builder impression.
I love this for so many reasons. It's so funny. It's a hilarious photo. I mean, it's going to be an excellent meme this season. When their offense is struggling, they need to build their offense better, et cetera, et cetera. Chip Kelly was once on the forefront of offense in college football. And hell, you could even make an argument in the NFL. And now he is dressed like this.
He almost has to know what he's
like
doing and what he looks like, and he's just leaning into it. So for those of you who are on the benefit of radio, they did the whole, let's do a little tour around the new stadium.
Yeah.
And with any time you have construction going on, even though it's a token gesture, because if a steel beam falls on you, that little helmet ain't going to help you from nothing.
No.
But they always make the guys wear the construction helmet.
Correct.
And then he's also got the
vest.
The vest,
yeah,
which
the
in this
reflective
case
vest.
has, the reflective tape, but it's colored purple.
Yep.
But this picture got funnier when I zoomed in on Chip Kelly's face, and he just has that derp face on while he's wearing this.
And it's so high on his head.
This tall construction white helmet with a Northwestern N on it. It is so good. He looks like such a derp.
He really does. That stadium looks weird, by the way. Not weird. I just can't explain it. Somebody described it earlier as like the stadium they do the Aer Lingus Classic at. It kind of has.
I mean,
that look.
there is kind of a
'Cause they have that-
European
the soccer awning or whatever. Yeah.
type feel to it.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely.
More than 60 million viewers watched the World Cup final in America on Sunday, a record audience for soccer in this country. Does this mean anything for the future of football in our country?
The sport of the future.
It's finally arrived, John.
Let me be the first to proclaim that soccer in America is the sport of the future.
Wow. You're willing to go there.
Absolutely. These words have never been said before in
First
the
time?
history of our great country in 250 years and a handful of days. That soccer is the sport of the future. And we're going to be sitting down and enjoying it with ice cream that actually looks like little tiny pellets, but it tastes like ice
I
cream.
do love the ice cream of the future. What does this mean? Nothing. It means every 4 years we really like stuff.
Well,
Every 4 years we watch swimming. Swimming isn't the sport of the future.
Exactly.
But this
I mean,
is admittedly more and more people are watching it, and it helped that it was in America. We love events, and we love when the events are in America. I bet the Summer Olympics in 2 years are going to have some of their biggest audiences in that generation.
And sports in general is just more viewership because it's the only thing you can watch.
I love
that,
sports.
You know, you can watch as a community.
It is nice.
And they were also watching to see if Tom Brady would flip off Logan
That's
Paul.
why I tuned in. It's like, is he flipping him off yet?
We have some time, so I'm going to add something I didn't previously include.
Is it
on
about
content.
the title of the show today?
It is,
Good
because
job,
I
Nick.
want to make it make sense.
Okay.
What do we feel about the renderings for the new Chiefs Stadium?
It looks like the renderings of all the new stadiums, but with just a little bit of flair. I guess I like that it still has the kind of same shape of Arrowhead, because I think Arrowhead's shape is very unique and different. So I like that. I do think the roof thing is cool. And I guess it doesn't seem like they have infield seating, like seating underground, like that started at Cowboy Stadium, and we see it like they have it at SoFi now. We see it at other places. But it just, all the stadiums look the same now. There's like the character, I guess, is about like, what are you doing with the roof? But the character of stadiums has really gone away. And I don't like that they're going to have a dome. This sucks.
It looks like a big old saddle. It's just goofy looking.
Yeehaw.
Or maybe something that other people sit on for pleasure. I don't know.
Hello.
Finally. Today would have been Alex Trebek's 86th birthday. Let's celebrate one of his finer moments as host of Jeopardy!
Football 200.
Your choice. Do or don't name this play in which the quarterback runs the ball and can choose to pitch it to another back. It's an option play. Ryan?
Football 400.
I can tell you guys are big football fans.
Yeah.
Tom Landry perfected the shotgun formation with this team. Dallas Cowboys. Do you think we should go to commercial? Ryan?
Take it on to 600.
Okay, by signaling for one of these, a returner can reel in a kick without fear of getting tackled. Fair catch. 2 clues left, Ryan.
800.
These penalties are simultaneous violations by the offense and defense that cancel each other out. And they are called offsetting penalties. Let's look at the $1,000 clue just for the fun of it. Jimmy?
As Minneapolis's U.S. Bank Stadium prepares to host Super Bowl 52, I'm looking at the Ring of Honor with names from this defensive line that took the Vikings to 4 Super Bowls.
If you guys ring in and get this one, I will die.
Was that the one where he said, I take it you're not very big football fans? That must have been a different one because they used to play that on Schick and Nick back in the day.
The best part is you can tell right away, oh, this is going to go poorly.
Well, they don't get the $200 one, and that is super easy.
You know what's funny? I got the last 3.
And his snark gets a little better with each passing question. The best part
Let's just play it for the fun of it.
Alex Trebek is Canadian.
Was Canadian. R.I.P.
Yes, but I'm
Dead
just
people
saying.
can still
So
be
it's not like
what they
he
were.
and I know he did a lot of work in America, but it's not like he grew up. I would guess he was probably more of a hockey guy.
Probably, yeah.
But he was just like, this is embarrassing.
Yeah.
I can't believe this is
And
happening.
he just kept leaning into it and leaning into it and leaning into it. I forget, when did he pass? Has it been a couple years?
It's been a
I want to say it was 2020. I think it was 2020.
years.
Pretty sure. In fact, yes, it was 2020.
November 8th.
Because he was 80 years old. He was born in 1940.
You are correct. R.I.P. Very funny clip.
Very funny clip.
I would suck at Jeopardy. I would have nailed all those.
I'm really good at Teen Jeopardy.
I would have only missed one of those. Because on the second one, I would have answered the Nazis.
Oh, he'd say you're an idiot and I'm kicking you off my
He'd
show.
say, no, you're right.
Get out of
It
here.
would have been, what are the Nazis, John?
Oh, yeah.
Great point,
you gotta ask
Nick.
it in the form. That's an over. You got to ask it in the form of a question.
All right, coming up next, what's for
Designated
dinner
Hitler.
on 1620 The Zone?
Pizza. Having pizza.
That's okay.
So we're just trying to eat. It's just Nick's face on there. We're trying to get rid of all of like the leftovers before we go out of town. And so we had some pizza. So I'm gonna finish off the pizza earlier today. I finished off a bunch of deli meat, made a sandwich. So finishing off the leftover pizza tonight.
Last night we did beef and broccoli with rice. It was delicious. Tonight's a pizza night because busy.
Pizza.
Yeah.
Where are you picking it up or?
No, we have frozen pizza.
Frozen pizza.
There you go. That's what's for dinner.
And if you missed it because I'm an idiot, John's having an incredible non-slop cheddar bay biscuit.
John is not having slop tonight. Do not put it on the internet.
Slop.
That's why we said you're not having slop. Don't
Not
put
slop.
it on. Don't put it
Ever.
on the
It
internet.
sounds really good.
Oh, ever?
They need
Ever?
glizzies
Well, we
last
do have
night.
sloppy joes every once in a while.
Those are sloppy.
I don't like sloppy joes.
What? I like manwich. I don't like homemade sloppy
I like
joe.
sloppy joes better now that I've started putting a little mustard on them and jalapenos.
I'd rather just have a burger.
My dad would put a slice of cheese on his sloppy joes, and that's a game changer too.
Yeah.
Really
I don't need cheese on the sloppy joes.
I had cheese on my sandwich today. It was good. I've always liked cheese. Do not put it on the internet that I never liked cheese. That I never disliked cheese.
All right. Well, there's the grum.
See ya.
We're getting rid of Josh for a
I'm
while.
gone for a while.
Bye, Josh.
We shouldn't have said this. We could have said that I did something wrong. I got in trouble.
We can still say that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And we probably will. So Austin Jacobson will be in for the next few grums.
Awesome. I
And
can't
this
wait to
show
not
will get
listen.
a hell of a lot smarter.
That's not true. Remember when he said that one time about the Mall of America?